Hello, everyone. I've said hello to most of you. Hi, Susan. Kathy. Hi, Jackson. Hi, Philip.
He's on his sofa, Somerset. Oh, thanks, Susan.
Yeah, I'm on my sofa.
I presume Susan's talking about me.
Nah, she's talking about me. I'm the cute one here. Hi, Mark. How you doing, mate? How's things with you, Jackson? Hiya, Chris.
Hey, Jackson. Hey, Chris. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm well pleased with that.
Oh, yeah, congratulations on your 500, Matt.
Yeah, thank you.
That's awesome, mate.
It's,
You should be on a lot more, but I hope.
it'll get there.
I am.
Later. I'm in no rush. I'll be here for a while. Well, I might be, hopefully.
You'll get there quicker than me.
We'll see. We'll see. I don't mind hiding in the shadows.
Hey, Tron, how you doing, mate?
Yeah, thanks, Jackson.
Hope everything's all right with your family, Tron.
Thanks,
I know you
Susan.
had to rush off last time.
Yeah, hope everything's all right. Hey, Emma. Hope you're all right as well.
Yeah. Happy Mother's Day for tomorrow for all the ladies.
Thanks, Diana.
Hi, Diana.
Hey, Kathy.
Oh, nice, Susan. That was nice of them.
Oh, I'm working nights this weekend, so I'll probably just ship a card round to my mum tomorrow. But I won't stay. I've got to get some sleep at some point.
I'm going to the cemetery tomorrow to take flowers and arrow for my mum.
Yeah.
And for Sandra's mum as well. Hi, Mike. Hi, Fleece. How are you?
I'll put Philip's link in.
Not too bad, Chris. I've better than I was earlier at Pete's, but hey-ho. Thanks, Ems. If anybody wants to come up on camera, let me know and I'll send you the link.
I've chucked up Philip's channel in there for those that were asking.
Yeah, good. Yeah, wasn't too good at Pete's today, Susan. How you doing, Mike? Yeah, I think Ellie will be on shortly. She's had to reboot her computer up. And Leah, because she's not at home, she's not at home. She's said she might join. Right, hold on, Ems. Just give me a couple of minutes.
Yeah. Hey, Osman. Hope everything's sort of bearing up, mate. I won't say doing well or whatever, because obviously things are stressful, buddy. But hopefully you're hanging in there, dude.
Yeah, sorry to hear about that, Osman.
Safe travels, Mike.
Right. Yes, safe journey, Mike.
You got much else planned for the week apart from Monday?
Oh, Monday I'm at the hospital. Tuesday I'm not at Pete's. Wednesday, probably just have a chill day. Thursday I'm at that show with Leah, Nidex.
Yeah.
Friday it's feeding day. Saturday I'm back at Pete's. And then Sunday the show.
Busy man, aren't you?
Yeah. I don't mind. Keeps me occupied.
Well, yeah, the thing is, it's like, if you haven't got distractions, you go crazy, don't you?
Yeah. Hello, Emma. How are you?
Hey, Emma. Hey, Craig.
Hello.
Hey,
Hey,
Lewis.
Hello, Matt.
hey.
Why are you all grumpy?
Me?
Yeah.
What do you mean, why am I grumpy?
Yeah. Hello, Alex. Hello, Lewis.
I can make you smile. Look. That's
I'm not
the-
grumpy.
Sorry to hear that, Trond. Really am.
You ready?
Hi, Claire.
That's the tegu.
He hided the tegu in the sofa left. The tegu
Chris,
found.
what are you calling me darling for?
Hello.
Hello, darling. I can't even see the chat, but I'm gathering that's Chris, as in. Oh,
Yeah, it
I
is
can
Chris.
I can see it now. Hello, darling.
Wait, she's happy.
I know.
Chris, do you want a link?
She doesn't want to say hello. She wants to stay in the space.
She loves me not.
Ellie, did you see my new addition?
No, I haven't seen anything. I've been busy.
Hello, little
Oh, you
Tegu.
got one.
Is that a peppermint or is that just green?
It's green.
It's a green.
Ah.
But we're not sure because they do change as they grow.
They do. But it looks like that
Hi,
looks like
Greg.
But
Either
yeah.
way, he'll be adorable.
Oh yeah. He's got little tiny bits of orange markings on his back legs, so we'll see. But yeah, he's disappeared now underneath the substrate. Well, the only thing you can see at the moment are the eyes.
Yeah, good luck with that. That's where they'll spend like 90% of the time until they're hungry and they'll come out.
Yeah, he's I got it Friday.
Hi, Alice.
I did try a little bit of food today, but you can tell when they're not interested because they just don't, and when they are interested, they just take it up to your elbow, don't they?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, Matt. Another interesting fact: be careful tongue feeding them because they're quite happy to hang off the tongues.
Oh yeah, I saw there was a
Bear
video
with me,
of
Trond. Let me have a
where the
look.
guy was feeding with the rubber tip tongs, saying you must use rubber tipped if you're going to use anything, because it's a case of like you just got to leave the tongs there until they decide to let go.
Yeah. I mean, you can just like get the furthest part of the prey item and do it that way, and they're pretty good. But
They can still take the tongue.
But they do like miss and just grab out of the tongues. Or your fingers.
It's only between about. I think it's between about 1.5 inches and 2. It's under 2 inches diameter, so it's only a little baby.
It's a little bit smaller than that. So.
But yeah, I tried mealworm, wasn't interested, so I put a locust near it, wasn't interested, so I just gave up.
Hey, Trond.
Mine like dubious and hoppers.
Sorry to hear about that, Trond. Really am, mate.
Yeah, it's
got,
so the Tiger would cheer you up. Lickily, 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 lickily.
Oh, Matt, did you see the message about Lucy?
Yeah, it was a shame.
I know. It's a final malt too.
I'm trying to get all the malt off, but I don't think it's all going to come off her legs.
Yeah, gutted when you sent that.
Yeah. She's a red tegu.
Look, I have your tail. Want some? It's your tail. Want to sniff it? Sniff your tail. Sniff, 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 sniff.
Yeah, Susan, it's hard, but you gotta go through it.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the one Lewis wanted. That's the one we travelled across the country for, just to make Lewis happy.
Chris, I can't look at my phone because I'm trying to pair the Machalas, so I've got it on record.
Yeah, the same Michelle as
Yeah, well.
the habitat.
So if it's like in dire need, I message Ellie. I almost called you Ellie then.
Chris, do you want a link or not?
In about 40 minutes, so we can actually talk, maybe.
Yeah, I'll try.
Well,
that
I'll go and put it in photo proof, and then he can jump on when he wants to.
Oh,
he
Mac,
wants to.
you see my upcycle?
Oh no, I haven't looked at it.
You're what?
My upcycle. Do you see what I did to the cat scratch?
Oh yeah.
Remember
Yeah.
it was all down, where they scratched it all down?
I did.
We fixed it.
That's just my opinion. So.
Good.
Thing is with the frogs, I know they do take
I already seen
days
that
to
one.
settle down. They can get really stressed, can't they, when they're moved?
Did you read it?
No, that's one of
45 by
one of the
45.
big ones. That is cheap though, for 20 quid.
Yeah, it is cool. Behind the corner.
Right.
It comes
I know
with
it comes with a thermostat.
Oh, it's
Thing is, if I was in Equif, I could
it's
have.
in the photo proof chat, Chris.
What's it doing to you? Did you not let you hide in the sofa? Did you not let you hide in the sofa?
She's happy.
Emma's asking how your ovaries going, Lewis.
It's
Almost there.
pretty much finished. I've got a panel to fit to secure the second door. The roof's on. Got to fit the locks.
We've got to fix the extension.
I need to fix the extension because I blew that up. I need to decorate the inside, so I need to make her a hide and some branches to.
I'm morbid.
And I've got to do more digging out to put in a pathway and a retaining wall for all the soil that I dug out.
I've got nothing at the moment, Jackson, but
Yeah.
Elias. Hello, Chris.
Yeah. Chris.
Is that a fill in the wild?
Yeah, you all right?
Having fun.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, good.
Just had dinner.
Where's Em now?
Phil's having dessert.
Of course he is.
Where's Emma?
Amna's gone to get seconds.
Actually,
That's about right, Amna.
So. Oh, look, thank you.
did you fall asleep there? Leah, did you fall asleep?
Sorry?
Did you fall asleep
Me?
on your journey? Yeah. No, bloody hell.
No, I managed to stay awake the whole time.
Oh, well done.
Yeah, it's really loud in here, but I just wanted to pop on and tell everybody hi because I'm missing you all. Right, I will speak to you later.
See you later. Bye.
Where have they gone?
The IHH.
Ah.
IHH.
Oh.
IHH.
Isn't it
IH.
How you been, Chris?
Busy.
Have you?
I'm always busy. Rehoused a lot of spiders today.
Oh,
Sorted
yeah.
the colony out.
Oh,
What else did I do? Not a lot, to be honest.
where you go high again?
Just trying to sort the collection out today.
I never go back.
Fed the slings.
Don't forget to watch them spiders.
Yeah.
Nice.
Just the normal.
How you doing, Ian?
What, she doesn't take a shit in that sofa because she's hiding in that sofa for ages. It's not funny.
She needs feeding.
I know she needs feeding. Is her food defrosted? Ow. Oh, look, that spider got orange pubes, babe.
Hey, Steve.
For both of us, mirroring us, Martin.
Oh! I'm guessing we need the mail now.
Yeah.
I have one. I can. Oh, sorry. I can get one. Huh? I'll just look for it. So yeah. Hey, Steve.
Oh, Mark, am I posting this thing for you or am I keeping it until one of the shows?
Just keep it to one of the shows.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I thought I should ask.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah, they'll still be there at the next show that you attend. So just keep it till then.
Babe, have you fed all the pokies?
No, yeah.
Okay, don't forget to do that. Parents can wait.
How are you, Steve? You all good?
Morbid, so pure, well, mate.
Right.
Fresh out of a molt. Literally just this afternoon.
Oh, nice.
Absolutely stunning thing. I know it's not focusing very well, but oh yeah.
GBB Somerset.
Oh yeah. Happy with that one.
You.
Culture.
I recorded my chromatus molting on yesterday or Friday.
Is that the one underneath the
On
underneath the
Thursday.
hive?
Sorry?
That's the one you
Yeah, that was the chromatus, yeah.
Yeah.
I was so hoping she's going to drop. So big as well. Like, no.
On your way, yeah?
It's a good video though.
Yeah, I was hoping for the sack instead of a mold, but
I bet you do, fish.
Roasting on delivery.
Hopefully you have.
it was massive as well. I was like, yes.
Can I like one, baby?
Chris, she chose the worst place to molt though, didn't she? She's like right in the doorway.
She didn't really have a much space in there. Otherwise,
Still got to ask.
she's in the 30-20 Komodo enclosure.
Yeah.
And because I paid her, what I did was I filled the enclosure and just left the cave, so she feels more secure.
Yeah.
So yeah, so it's quite hard for me to film as well. Like, yeah, but oh well. Now I need the mail. So if anybody has a chromatus mail, I need one.
Oh, nice, Emma.
And agent mail. NH gigas. What else do I need? I need a more.
Slap.
You need a slap because you don't pick your phone up again.
I've been busy.
Chris, you know if he takes that phone outside and drops it while he's busy, right? It won't be him getting the bollocking, it'll be you because he took it out there because of you.
I don't mind.
You don't just get it from me, you get it from Mark as well because both me and Mark fixed Lewis with a new phone because they was all broken. That's why he can't have them outside
That
of the
phone is insured.
It's not insured.
It is. Because Lewis
Hi,
is my
Darren.
friend. He's my darling. If he's my darling, that phone is insured. My insurance covers unlimited devices.
No
So it's
problem,
insured.
Steve.
He said your phone's insured.
How's my phone insured?
I'm guessing he will try and fix it, which will then make the battery fucker. And then we'll have even more issues.
No, Ellie. He sent the battery over. I didn't order the battery. He just ordered it.
Thank you, Reptile.
I sent you the link.
No, you didn't.
I did.
What's that cat digging in
No.
there?
I said I'll have a look in a minute later, and then you just said, "Oh, I ordered it already." I'm like, oh.
I'm all right, pal. One too good at Pete's today, but I've survived.
Ian, I don't know if you saw the live on Wednesday, but when I was showing my Marshali, it's like it's built its tower right by the corner of the enclosure up to the opening. Funny little things.
So yeah.
Okay then, Andre. It's all right.
Been a nice day today, ain't it?
Take care.
I don't know. I've been in bed asleep.
Do you want to see the Balfour communal? Don't know how well you're going to see because of the light.
Hey, Yaz, how you doing? Yeah. Did you have a good birthday? Uh-huh.
Loads of Balfour.
Not enough.
No, there's not enough. I completely agree.
And as soon as he puts you on a big screen, you go away.
Oh.
He's coming. He's
All
coming.
right, mate.
Okay, Craig, no problem, mate.
Oh, sugar.
Yes. Do us a favour. When you
Right,
speak
okay.
to your mum next, ask me to send her a number because I've tried phoning her 3 times and it's just not going through. So I don't know if I've got an old number.
From falling down the back of the sofa. We went up for the cushions and down for the side and Salem tried.
And no, I didn't kick the cat. I'm pretty close.
Be careful, please, because your nails actually do hurt my skins. I'm not that strong, unfortunately.
I mean, I technically didn't even get her out. She come out and around. I wanted to do the exploring.
Yeah, they like to do this.
I'm trying to get her more acclimated to being around people. She just wants to come out and play.
Yeah, as you old fart, you made me feel old. Wonder why she ain't answering then, because I've phoned her 3 times.
Hey, Jeremy.
Who's not answering?
My sister.
Oh,
Yasmin's my niece.
oh okay.
And
She's
Yeah.
privileged to have actual Uncle Mark.
25. I'm not going to tell everybody that you was 39. You old fart.
Hey, Jeremy.
How you doing, Jeremy?
You are, Jeremy.
Did you at work today, Trond?
Work?
Yeah, did you have work today?
No,
Hey,
Oh, that's
what?
good.
I'm always off on Saturdays and Sundays.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
21 today, Claire.
Wait, do you want to put in the hat?
Sorry, Yaz.
Because we're all busy. I can't reach you at
Really?
the back.
I want to take the substrate.
Well, you don't look a day over 38. Okay.
The thing is, you can't watch around here. No.
I know, I need to sort substrate.
Mark,
I'll do it
Yeah.
Sweat.
I'm not really
Pass me.
that familiar with tarantulas. So my avik, it's
So that's the other thing I want to feed outside.
closed off for almost 4 weeks now.
It's not even for 4 weeks.
No, it closed off both entrances to the hide.
How big is it?
4 or 5 centimeters.
We're probably getting ready to molt.
Yeah, I was going to say, probably getting ready to molt. Wouldn't worry about it if they go off the food for a while.
Oh, yeah.
Like I keep
Uh,
saying, my pork hasn't eaten since May.
Yeah, it's just I'm used to scorpions and they can go
Yeah.
12 months without food. So
It's the same with
no
tarantula.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly,
What?
so, mate.
It's like my Asimani female. We got her not last year before in Bristol show. She molted, ate once, hasn't eaten since.
Yeah, I got
So
one
it's over
from.
a year and a half and she hasn't eaten, and she's still nice and plump.
I got one from an Somali from Ad Darcy up at the Midlands Entomology Show in 2021. It ate once and then disappeared in about 3 weeks after I'd got it. Didn't see it for like 6 months. Came out, spat its molt out, ate once, sealed its burrow back off, and it's still underneath it. It's like I can see it moving around, but it's buried.
yes,
Very
because when I bought the avik, I gave it, I think it was 2 weeks to settle in before I fed it. And when I fed it, it took down a pretty big dubia.
Mm-hmm.
No problem. Week after, still hungry, took its food, and suddenly it just closed off everything and now been gone for 4 weeks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
as long as its abdomen's nice and chunky, you'll be all right.
Yeah, I was going to say, as long as it's got a water supply and its abdomen's quite chunky, I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Yeah,
I
okay.
can go for months without eating.
I'll tell you what, Mark, that feather leg after it's molting, it's like a dustbin. Doesn't matter what it eats, it does not. It eats and eats and eats, and its abdomen is not swelling up. It's just like I don't know what it's doing. It's crazy.
Bloody hell, 22. I bet you feel old now, Yaz. Mind you, you are old, you're 39, ain't you? You old fart. No, I love you, really.
You've got so much going on, Jeremy, right now in your bug room, mate. It's crazy.
I can't believe Claire's got a 21-year-old. Don't look old enough, does she? Yeah, but I'm not surprised, Steve, the job you do. I'd ache all over. I ache all over thinking about it. Yeah, I feel like a 21-year-old. It's just that I can't find one anywhere.
My hands are cold.
She like
There's websites for that, Mark.
Are you cutting your dog's nails, North Jackson?
Right, I'm going to pop off. I probably will pop back in. I'll still be in the chat, but be off screen.
All
for
right
now.
then, Chris.
See
No
you later,
problem.
Chris.
See you in a bit.
See you later.
See you later.
Bye.
bye, Chris. Watch that one.
Yeah, can't wait, Jeremy. Definitely watching this space. You know, I said to you, Mark, I said animal ban. I think I'm going to make an exception for one of Jeremy's velvets, though.
Yeah. Yazoo's Rachel. Don't know who Rachel is.
Oh, sorry to read that about Sasmai.
Wow.
I've had the second malt off my Sasmoy. You know, the one that I got at the show off Vanessa.
Yeah.
I've just had a second malt off it yesterday.
This is the one we got. We won it in the raffle at Seas. And it was so small. It's malted once, but it's, dare I say, it looks almost like it's tripled in leg span. But it was so small. It's just ballooned. But yeah, that's doing all right. My Birapes is still eating and stuff like that. But I think I know 3 other people that had them out of that same mystery box at Seas that have passed already. They're just like, because they were so small. But
do you know what I done yesterday, Matt?
go on.
When I was doing my feeding?
What?
Thought have a sit down for 5. So I sat down for 5 and I fell asleep.
Mm.
And when we woke up, me and Sandra woke up, I'd only left the bloody lid off the one enclosure of the spider.
Which one?
It was the, what was he? Thai golden fringe. But luckily enough, it was still in there. So I was lucky with that one.
Nice, Chris. Yeah, I reckon so, Chris, as well. I mean, I know they're small, but it's like our one's malted, and it's eating well, keeping it nice and moist.
How many Birapes you lost then, Chris? Now I know you cooked one. Well, your missus cooked one. Hey, Lisa. How you doing?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think I had the Doridae, the Birapes, and the Lividum, and the Lividum's doing all right now. It's dug its burrow and it's webbed up the entire enclosure. It's all right. The Birapes is all right, but the Doridae
Oops.
definitely had impaction or something, and it
Could
yeah,
have told me, Chris.
I don't know if it prolapsed or what, but it died, and when I touch the rear end of its abdomen, that will burst. So that wasn't a nice thing.
Sorry, Chris is over half.
Ellie, just beat Chris. Chris blamed you.
Yeah, not too bad. Thank you, Lisa.
Lewis said hi, Ellie.
What you done? Go home.
Yeah, that Doroday was horrible watching that thing. I thought it was like a plug, but think about it more. I think it was definitely a prolapsed rear end because it just looked like the internal organs had popped through its bum. So it wasn't very nice.
No.
But tiny little sling. It ate once and it's just like, yeah, what can you do? Especially with the fossorials, when you don't see them and then all of a sudden you sort of like catch a glimpse and you sort of lift out the dirt and you see it there, it's like you can't do anything else with the fossorials at all.
That's totally right, Chris.
I got no hides in there. It's gone. My dad took it out.
What can you do? All you do, Chris, as a man, is you hold it against them forever and use it as leverage for future projects.
Did you watch Sean's video, Matt?
What, the slings or?
Yeah, the rehousing and slings, the latest one.
Yeah, he's done part 1 and part 2, hasn't he?
Yeah, did you watch part 2? That spider was lucky when that sling pot fell.
Oh yeah,
very lucky.
Because it trapped it between the side and the end of the sling pot.
Yeah,
I had.
So I seen that get trapped. I thought, oh no, he's gone.
Yeah.
But luckily enough, he was all right.
And the trouble is,
hi JJ.
I said to him, everyone has jump scares. It's always the ones you don't expect as well. It's always the ones you don't expect. But I had, where was I rehousing? I was rehousing that Vietnam, like the electric blue and the Vietnam blue. I got a few, and I've got them on video, but I've not done anything with the footage because the electric blue was fine, but the Vietnam blue, it's like I could see it in its tunnel, and I was just pulling the webbing out to basically let it come out and go into its enclosure. And it basically came out of a different hole, ran up the tongs, then turned around and ran round the sling pot and straight up my finger. So I've let go of the sling vial, but rather than it stay on my finger as I've moved my finger, it's jumped off and gone back onto the sling pot and gone down with the sling pot. It wasn't very far. It was only like this far. But I was just like, the reason the video's never seen the light of day is not because of what happened with it, like not because I dropped the pot on it was the language. I was so annoyed at myself that I'm just sitting there shouting at myself like non-stop for ages. But
of course, too sharp.
That's good. You've got all 6 left still, Ian. How you doing, JJ?
He's like, but I want to be free.
Hey, JJ. Yeah, I mean, it happens. I mean, it's really weird. It's like when you saw that, I showed you that footage of the Darlingi coming out.
Tony not
didn't have any flinching or anything like that at all. It's completely like, and that's normal. Even if it bolts like it didn't bother me. But that Vietnam just caught me off guard because it disappeared behind the file and came up the finger. And it's like, where's it going? But yeah, it happens.
Go, she's safe now. Go on. Oh, really? Nice coffee.
Nice. And also about talking to Tarantula Cat about breeding stuff. That's pretty cool as well.
How are they poisoning?
Is that a nice coffee?
I would just stick some extra energy in this, I guess.
I've got earphones in and now I'm deaf from Ellie's ringtone.
Did you?
I don't sleep things.
It's got onions in that.
Oh, Ryan, you can keep your centipedes.
I'm gonna
What is that?
That's just a no.
Tom Patterson loves perch bananas.
Wait, put that on the floor.
That's
mate.
awesome, Jeremy.
That's on the floor.
Hey, Jeremy, maybe you can convince Kat to go on a video with you.
Shit.
She hasn't molted, so that's a good thing.
Not with that
She
system.
She has eaten. She went crazy yesterday. She was on the door of her enclosure, and for no reason, she's just ran down the door onto the substrate, ran round the base, and then back up the cork park. No idea. Never seen my Avic do that before.
Hi, Michael. How you doing, mate?
She's not moved since.
Hope you're well.
I'll try and see if I've got this video to show Ian.
No problem, Jeremy. Chris, you should have done a video on that.
Yeah, Mark, you'll like this.
What do I want to like that for?
Hold on.
Hey, Claire.
Hi.
I'm going to press play, mate.
How you doing?
Watch the video. Watch this
I'm
video.
okay.
You love it.
Good.
Go on,
What-
put me on big. Put me on big screen. You know you want to.
Do we have to? Yeah. Bloody centipedes.
Nice.
John, how can you say that's nice?
Absolute menace.
Yeah, they are pretty.
That lid of that enclosure has now got duct tape on all four corners.
Yeah.
Because it went in and it was fine. I mean, it made when we was rehousing it, it did just launch at the tongs, and then come back. But they got that one, and they got a is it the feather tail in as well? So rehouse those on Thursday. It's quite funny.
Oh, at some point.
How's things with you, Claire?
I'm all right, thanks. I've got emerald beetle babies everywhere. They've escaped
Oh,
out of the
nice.
enclosure. I need to
No.
get a new enclosure. They're escaping. The nymphs are so tiny. They can. I sellotaped it all up last night, and they're still everywhere.
There's a few people, Alice, who have got the robustums.
I've got one, but it's only grown on sling.
Is it naughty? That the video is quite funny. I had that video on mute because when it launched at the tongs, it was like a lot of expletives from the person holding the set of tongs.
Thank you for popping by, Michael. Really appreciate it.
But no, I didn't buy them, Mark. I just like was there when they were getting rehoused and we were doing stuff. They're so funny. But it's one of the clip top lids, but where the plastic on the clip top lid is around the sides where it's not cooked is a little bit weak. After doing this a few times with your hands, it's like, no, that's getting duct taped down.
Yeah, I had a nice big male, but unfortunately he died a few months back. Well, my first ever jumping spider and it molted.
Nice.
Mm.
They are cool. They're really funny little things. There was where was I looking at? Is it the Johnson? Is it Johnson, Claire?
Yeah.
So yeah, there was
Johnson.
Johnson. Yeah, there was. I was looking at those yesterday. They are just beautiful colours. Absolutely beautiful colours. And is it the Sonoi? They've got like a red down. Like it's not the widow ones, but they've got a red stripe on their back.
The widow ones are the Johnsonians, and then
These other ones, it's like either a dark orange or it's almost like a red stripe.
Apachianus, those ones.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I've been really controlled with buying jumpers recently. I've got quite a few slings I haven't bought any jumping spiders this year.
Well, it's only March.
Yeah, that's really good. That's really good going for me.
I like them eyelash jumping
Yes,
spiders.
Jeremy, that's the ones. Soraya.
Oh, Saroas, yeah.
Yeah.
That's Phidippus regis Saroas,
Yeah.
yeah. They stay quite small, but they're really pretty.
Yeah, there's a load of them come into bug hut near me.
Yeah.
Absolutely stunning little things.
I've had a few Saroas. I've got Octopunctatus slings, which I'm really chuffed with because Lee got in a load of wild caught ones. They're not in the hobby.
Right.
And both the females that he gave me, both of them gave me an egg sac. I haven't got very many of them, and a lot of people are struggling with them, but I've got, I think there's about 20 that I've potted up.
Nice.
I was looking because we obviously I picked up at Taunton last year for Kath just a Phidippus regis, but it's a male, so obviously he's got lovely triglyceride, but he's just dark and this anyway, and he's still taking down locusts quite happily. He matured ages ago, but he's still eating. We found he hadn't eaten for like a couple of months. It was really weird. He just wouldn't eat, and all of a sudden he's just gone back into eating. I think we changed the feeders and we've gone straight onto locusts with it. Like we were trying all different things. It didn't want flies, didn't want this, but locusts it seems to go crazy for.
Yeah.
So
you do get some
yeah.
ones. My eldest spider is a Apalachicola, and she is 3 months off being 4 years old.
All right, nice. Oh, I'd love something like, is it the Bahamas, the really, really white ones, aren't they?
Yeah, everybody wants the Bahamas, but that's because they think they're going to get a white jumping spider, and about 25-30% of Bahamas.
Yeah, I know it's
white.
quite low, isn't it? Yeah. I did have we were looking. I was filming one a little while ago. That it was beautiful. It was like almost pure white with these really pale pink triglyceride. It was just unbelievably beautiful.
Yeah. And
it was just like ever since I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm after. Have I bought any teas from Bug Hut since December? I might have done. I don't know if Kath's watching the stream at the moment, so I can't really see.
Yes, he has, Kath.
Yes, he has, Kath.
Put it one way, my latest edition is a Kingoma.
Withhold the PP touch, Kath.
Yeah. Ellie, how's your jumping spiders doing?
They're curious.
They're curious.
Oh, she loves them, Claire.
Trond, you got any plans on getting jumping spiders?
Yeah, I really want to, but the selection in Norway is really, really bad.
Slim.
And if you can find some, they're overpriced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing, isn't it? With them? And the trouble is, well, in my opinion, what happens is because people know that when they're paying for a tarantula, like they know they're getting 5, 10, 15 years worth of life out of a spider. When you know you're getting such a short lifespan out of one of those, people tend to get put off and they compare the prices, and you shouldn't, because you can't compare apples to pears. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah, but the people really believe that the jumping spiders don't live that long, but they do live.
Oh, like, good couple of years, aren't they? At least.
Like I said, one of my females is nearly 4. They will, and some males, yeah, okay, they might live 3 or 4 months out after maturity, but you can still get a year out some of them.
Our one matured in July.
Yeah.
Oh dear, Alison, you told him.
But yeah, I mean, I'm just really pleased.
What's the prices like in UK?
Varied.
For
I charge £20 for most of mine.
I think they're £20 in most places.
Yeah, I think they've gone up to 22, 25. I mean, when I started selling them, I was selling them £12.
20,
as well, isn't it?
Yeah. This is one of my favourites at the moment. I don't know if you're going to be able to see her.
Oh, I like the setup.
Oh, nice.
Let's put on.
Good night.
So we'll push Mark into forward motion. I like that setup.
She's really big and she's just a normal Regis, but she's like a really deep, like chocolatey brown, and she's absolutely stunning.
I'm going to have to say though, Claire, I'm glad you backed that enclosure away from the screen a little bit, because I could only see the top of the castle and it looked extremely wrong. It's a funny dome shape. You couldn't see anything else as the top part of it.
I can show you. I've got. I don't know if this is going to wibble wobble. Some of my setup over here.
Oh wow, that looks nice and clean. That does. It's always nice to see, like, just. I was up at Steve's. I was up at Steve's the other week, and his vivs that he's got in his bedroom. He's used this like black vinyl on all the insides of the, well, not vinyl, but it's like a board on the inside of the vivs, and it just looks so nice. It just changes the enclosures. I think the jumpers round here, what Natalie does is she sells them either as a spider on their own, but most people obviously going into a shop will want a setup. So she does like the either the TSS or similar type of enclosures in there, and she'll set it up with all the decor and everything and do it as a package deal, and they're pretty reasonably priced as well, to be honest. They do.
Victoria.
That's how I started out. My friend bought a spider. I was terrified of them. I wanted nothing to do with any spiders whatsoever, but she wanted me to make an enclosure. So I made her an enclosure, and then her friend wanted one, and then I started making enclosures and selling them, and then I was like, okay, I'm going to have to get myself a spider to put in one of my enclosures, and then next week I've got hundreds of them.
I said to you before that it's like when I saw your stall at Brighton last year, like the fact that you used the pipe cleaners in there to identify ones, it's such a good idea. That's why it's really cool.
It's OCD. That's what that is.
Yeah, but it's
So
good because then you know what you're looking at. You know, it made sense.
Hope you're well, Victoria.
Yeah, plastic foam board. It looked really good, Steve. I know I'll keep banging on about it, but it did look so good. It just makes the whole enclosure and the lighting and everything just look so nice. It definitely puts your focus on the, the decor inside. It's nice to see something other than just plain, like, laminate board.
Yeah, that's what I love about the jumpers, because they like the light. I've got them all lit up so clinical, and it makes their little enclosures look so pretty.
I'll show you our one. It's looking very dirty because the amount of webbing he's put all over the roof and all the back of it.
Oh no, you all got COVID. Oh, sorry, Victoria. Hi, Destination Fun. How are you?
Oh yeah, that's pretty. I like that.
Look him up the top.
Oh, you can see him up in the corner.
But he's taken to webbing. You can see all the webbing up there.
He goes round there. That's sperm webbing when it comes to the jumping spiders. When a male is ready for female, they just kind of do like laps.
Yeah, all over the door, all up the front. But unfortunately, it's he's been in there. This is one of the first Spooder nest enclosures that she actually did on her own. Actually, the ones that when she first got her laser cutter.
Glad you're getting there, Victoria. Hope you don't have it too long.
Yeah, I'm just putting them up there in the webbing, and he comes and gets it.
Hope you're well, Destination Fun.
Thank you.
I've sacrificed some of the lights on my units.
Oh, take care, please.
For scorpions.
All right.
I didn't buy jumping spiders, but I did buy 5 scorpions from Tim.
Oh, what was was it 5 of the ones he was doing as a deal?
Yeah, he was doing a deal on them. I got 2. I got 1 intermedius, 2 pictus, and 2 something else. Oh, Johnsona. But they're so cute. Really, really cute.
Nice, Victoria.
So what else have you got, Claire? You've got your jumpers and your scorpions. What else have you got? Have you got teas and stuff as well?
I do have some. I can't believe I own them, to be honest with you. I've got a juvenile pulchra, a pulchra sling, 2 Verses. I won a Mania. That was Gav's competition, Guess the Slings, and I guessed them. And then I've got a pumpkin patch.
Oh, you'll love it, Victoria, honestly.
And I've just got an Amelia.
Oh, nice. Yeah, the Amelias are stunning. I do love my brackies. But...
Yeah, I watched the DVD, the Bracky DVD, and I had to have one. So I got it from Spa Spiders when Luke was on Scott's stream.
Yeah. The Amelias are beautiful. I just love the fact they've got that black triangle on their carapace. So gorgeous.
I don't know.
I'm just waiting for my Aratum to molt. I got an Aratum from Luke last year at BTS, and it still hasn't molted yet. It's only a little one, but it's going to pop at some point.
She ran away. My Versi was there. Oh, she's gone.
Quite big?
She's, quite big. I got her as a tiny centimetre sling. She's grown really quickly. I'm saying she, I don't know.
That's all right, Amy. Don't worry about it.
My pulchra I got as a 7 centimetre sling from Juvie from Spa Spiders. She's quite big.
How you doing?
I got her because I was led to believe they're the most placid, but she's got an attitude on her.
Don't. My rosea's like that. I got a rosea because it was and I've got the psycho rosea.
Pulchras are the worst. I swear they go through the toddler stage, then the teenage stage, then they chill as adults.
No, you just need the touch.
The day I got her, she just shot out the pot across the kitchen.
Yeah.
I was just looking now, and there's no jumping spiders available in Norway in any sites.
Oh wow!
Hi Nadia.
Spidermom.
Hi Roy.
That's what I feel at the moment, Todd. It means you save quite a lot of money because even though jumping spiders might only cost about 20 quid, all the other little accessories that go with it soon as
well, mate.
Has to build a full-on playground.
But you're going to. That's the thing. If you get a curious, you want to watch it do the curious, so you'll give it all these activities so it can do.
Rope bridges, playpens, the lot,
Yeah.
See, it's not just me.
I did find something interesting, and I was wondering what's the prices for P Metallica in UK? Slings.
You're looking at about £25 a sling at the minute.
It's
about 25 a piece.
Take care, Victoria. Speak to you soon.
Was that Trent?
You said about 25.
Yeah, about 25 for a sling-ish, 25 to 30, depending where you go. And they're like small slings. But you can get females for about 150.
Because I can't understand this listing, but it says it's a communal P Metallica.
Yeah.
It's four P Metallicas, 1 confirmed male, 1 confirmed female slings.
Yeah.
In Exoterra 30 by 40. And I can get them all for £208.
Yeah, I'll do it.
I'll do it, but then I'd separate them.
Yeah, that's what I would do, and that's what I did do with the last ones I bought. See, in England, they drop in slowly. Say probably 8 months ago, you'd be looking to pay like £30 to £50 for a sling. But the thing is when there's that many spiders that are being bred at the minute, prices seem to be dropping for certain spiders. Then you'll get something like the Solaris that will come in, where nobody's got them apart from certain breeders, so they can charge the earth for them. And then people aren't so much after, say, the Metallica, because there's other spiders available.
So you also find, Lewis, that what happens is people go, "Oh, that one's quite a pricey spider. I'll breed mine, and then I can charge that and sort of earn out of it." And the trouble is, everyone's thinking that. So all of a sudden, there's a massive flood in the market of the same spiders, and most people end up with excess stock, so they have to drop the price.
Yeah.
Yes, that's why I tend to go for the jumping spiders that people have not got on sale at the moment, because everybody seems to be breeding Bahamas. I've never bred Bahamas. I've got them, I've just never paired them because everybody else is breeding Bahamas. That's I was doing the Biddendatus. I don't know if you remember seeing them at the show.
Yeah.
There's not many of them about, and I've got some Audax. I want to pair. They're mental though, they are.
Yeah.
It's funny because me and Ellie are kind of like, at the minute, sort of sticking to, well, kind of say sticking, just focusing on Pantherbeteus. And you'd be surprised the lack of Pantherbeteus breeding.
Yeah, Pantherbeteus is the best though. I'd keep them all if I had the space.
I want to breed my Xenophysis, but I've got to wait for my female to mature and wait for the male, hopefully one of the slings to mount out male. I'm doing Balfouris, but the Balfouris are for me. And my pokies, I want to breed all of them as well. But the thing is, there's some pokies that you don't see very often, like the Smithy. I've got a Smithy that's from Christoph, so I know that's a Smithy. I've got the Villasmica. Again, you don't see that many of them either.
I wonder whether Andrew Smith's Pokey documentary will have an impact on people breeding the Formosa, to be honest, because like obviously through that documentary he's talking about the habitat pretty much being decimated for them, wasn't he?
Funny enough, I've actually got a male and female Formosa sat in front of me. I'm waiting for both to mature up.
What is it about the Balfouris?
Balfouris about them?
Yeah, what is it with you lot and the Balfouris? Everyone I know is obsessed. Is it because they can be kept communally? What is it about them that makes them so special?
That's their unique point, isn't it, basically?
No, well, it's the colours and the behaviour. It's the cream and blue is just stunning, and then you get the really blue carapace of the males. But it's watching them in a communal. Like if you watch pokies in a communal, they'll sort of like come in contact with each other and move away. Where the Balfouris will purposely sit on top of each other. Even if you give them room, they'll still sit on top of each other. And you see them like eat the same food, and it's just the way that they move around together. They're like ants. It's cool.
So it's more that they're not tolerating a communal; they actually learn to live communally. Yeah,
I think you have to reduce the amount of space because they can. Like in the wild, you've got to imagine, right? Nobody's done that extensive amount. A small island in Yemen, right? So, but if they are communal in the wild, which makes sense because of how successful they are in captivity, they're going to have an egg sac, and they're all going to stay together for quite a while. Then eventually, instead of inbreeding, because animals naturally won't inbreed, they'll go find their own habitat or find their own females and males elsewhere. Once that is over here, if it gets another female coming near it, it's going to attack it because it's invading in its territory, basically. So if you allow them to be able to create separate areas inside of the tank, they will separate
They become territorial of each end.
territorial actions. If you don't feed them, there's a video Jaden done, right? And you see one that's either undernourished because they've over competed for food, or he's just not well for whatever reason. They watch it. They won't kill it, even though they know it's going to die. They watch it. They follow it around, and they leave it alone. They follow it around. They leave it alone. Once that spider's dead, then they go and eat it.
The territorial thing, I think, with the less space is because their webbing is all interlaced with each other's. They don't get that territory. If you give them a little bit too much space and they can put their own webbing down, that seems to be when they have problems, isn't it? Steve chose violence, I think, for you, Lewis, today. See his comment. Steve chose violence. Has he seen what he sees?
Oh, I'm gonna slap him. Wait until I see you, Steve. Yeah, that's why when you're rehousing Balfouris, you're always going to destroy all the webbing, put them into a brand new enclosure, and let them web together, because then they interlock all the pheromones and everything else, so they smell everything the same.
Yeah.
Do you have to grow them up from slings to keep them communally?
Right, so if you know that the spider has been kept communal, then I would say you can just put it in a communal, obviously do a full rehouse and put it and add it to a communal. If you do not know if the spider's been in a communal or you know it hasn't, then don't bother, because there's a chance that that spider is already territorial.
Yeah.
I've got two that are separate. They're in separate enclosures next to each other. So they're on the same shelf communal. Separated by plexiglass.
And you can add different sizes in. So my communal, which is there, there's some small subadult females. I think there's 6 in there. Then there's how many? 26 juvie slash, and then there's some slings. So 26 between the two.
Steve Thornton's photos,
They
wasn't
all live perfectly together.
Steve Thornton's photo with his Goonies enclosure that he put up the other day, showing them all out, where they're all basically stacked up on top of each other like a stack of coins.
Yeah. I can show you in that one. There's plenty of room in that tank for them to go to the other side of the tank, but they are literally like interlocked.
Yeah, what is it, Steve, about the shape of their backsides?
I know you're only joking, Steve. What shape of whose backside?
I was convinced my one was a male, but it's not female. Just they're nice oval shape as opposed to like nice chunky round.
What's that, Balfouris?
Yeah.
Matt just likes backsides.
No. Balfouris, they don't really change shape. A mature male will be really, really blue carapace, but
I mean the bum shape, like the abdomen on them is a, you know, like you get some spiders you get really, really round, don't you, back ends to them, like Alcodes or something like that. Whereas on the Balfouri they tend to be a little bit more, like kiwi shape, like Steve said.
Hey Scott, how you doing, mate?
I mean, Andy's got a really nice communal going. I'm a little bit jealous. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that that's an indicator, because my females have large, like say kiwi-shaped butts. They're not round.
No, that's what I'm saying about the spider. Just in general, they seem to have that shape, don't they?
Hey, Scott.
Yeah, but the males have the same, but once they mature, they drop all of that weight.
Yeah.
So they just go like even skinnier, elongated.
I'm really pleased. I mean, I know I told you, but I sexed that one as male twice, but its spermific was so small, and now it's a female. So unless it's just toying with me. Yeah, I did pick up a. What did I pick up from Bug Up? I picked up a Kigoma OBT the other day.
Nice. How you doing, Scott?
I think I was saying in the chat, in the WhatsApp, literally I picked it up as an unsexed, and when I was looking in the pot, there was a molt in there. And I can't sex it; it's destroyed. But it's literally molted the day before I picked it up, I think.
Yeah, I like that when you find a female and there's a molt in there, and you're like, I'll pair that in a couple of days.
Oh, nice, Andy.
Say a couple of days, a few weeks. But it gives you a basis, so you know when it's last molted.
Yeah, exactly. Plus, it means I can just let it settle in like here and not have to worry about trying to feed it or know that it doesn't want food for a little while. I can just put it on the back burner for a week, you know.
My machalas are sat there, right, on the table. Haven't moved, right? And they've been sat there for an hour and 46 minutes.
Who was it who was playing? Was it
I
Jackson?
hope she gets better soon.
Tearing his behemi?
Wish her all the best for me.
I'm not sure.
Because I think he had a picture, like a video or something, showing the male and female, and they were just like, yeah, opposite ends of the tank, zero interest. But yeah, going back to the Avic Osman, she was paired on the 9th, and I've had nothing yet. So that's 9th of February, but we'll see.
Yeah.
I'm not putting the male back in or either the male back in there because she's
Hi Juliet, how are you?
So
yeah, she was a bit aggressive towards him last time, wasn't
she? So I'm not even risking it because she now goes for the food like crazy as well. So
thank you, Juliet.
Funny enough, I've just got another male Avic. One just molted out.
The good thing is, Lewis, in my mind, is if she's being really food aggressive and not going off her food, hopefully that means that she's not showing signs of going towards pre-molt, which would be around this sort of time frame anyway. So maybe we'll see.
Well, I hope so for you.
I wouldn't have paired them had I not known that I would be able to part with the slings straight away. I wouldn't be left with a load of slings, that's for sure.
I'll tell you now, right? Luke will have just about any slings off you.
Oh yeah.
If you ever struggle to get rid of any slings. But it's always a good idea, if anybody's planning on breeding spiders, to find a buyer before you've paired.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to pair LPs because I'm stupid like Chris, and me because I want to do it as well. You need to make sure you've got somebody who'll take them off your hands.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think it's okay to pair things, but make sure you find someone first.
Oh, Ellie, do you still want the two Vivs?
Yeah, sure. Two by four by two by two.
Oh, that was a good shot. Mel just fell straight in that stuff. So I'm going to show you how I feed my Balfour in a minute.
Anyway, everyone in chat, next week I've got a guest coming on, but I'm not going to tell you who he is.
It's a surprise.
Right.
Scott. And I know it's not a joke. I'm just laughing because it's a brilliant comment. They're a good spider to put in mystery boxes for beginners anyway, and things like that anyway, because...
What's that?
LPs and curlies.
Hey.
Yeah. So, well, I know every man and his dog's got an LP, right? But how can you say no to a big, massive spider?
Yeah. I like the genus. I've got a Striatopes, a Kluge.
Yeah, I really like Klugis, don't I, Mark?
You're not gonna let me leave that one down, are you, Lewis?
The Striatopes, I really like that spider. I've so active.
Oh shit.
Anyway, did you see Andy's message?
Okay, I'll try to get them down to you next month. They're free. Oh, nice one, Andy. Cheers, mate.
Yeah, exactly. As long as they're not tiny. No one wants to see grains of sand.
Hopefully Luna will be here by then.
What enclosure can I use to stop these nymphs escaping?
What kind of nymphs though?
Emerald cockroach.
Where have you got them in now?
What, hissers?
No, emeralds.
Not
They're
emerald.
in a fish tank, a glass fish tank.
Have you coated the top in Vaseline?
No, what? Go around the edge of it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try that.
Yeah, I used it for the hissers. It's fantastic because hissers can get out of anything, but they don't get past the Vaseline.
Okay.
I found a way to stop my hissers getting out of my. I've got them in a Komodo 30 by 30 by 30 with just a mesh lid, and I found the only way I can stop the nymphs getting out of the mesh bit, because they don't get through the mesh, they get out the back where it sort of slides in and out.
Yeah.
So I've put a bit of tissue paper in the back, and it's completely stopped them.
I'll use organza.
Yeah. I've got that over my reds.
Yeah, see, the tank that I've set it up, I've set up, I wanted to make it pretty. It's like an ornament. What did
Steve.
I say? Oh.
No, it's all right. Steve's comment to you, that's all. Claire put Vaseline
around the rim.
Yeah.
How did that go? Yeah, I wanted it to look nice in the living room instead of just a box or whatever. But
yeah, that was the only thing that was putting me off, because I've got my Pacnodas, and I was going to put some emeralds in with them in a exo, but I don't want to put them in there with the nymphs, because the nymphs will they'll get out of a 60 by 45 exo with ease.
They'll get out of any Exoterra. Those little cable holes and things. Yeah.
It's the sides as well as the doors.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's all right, Ems. Don't worry about it. Just do it up neat and get on the screen.
Right. This is how you feed a pokey communal, Balfouri communal. So you get your Balfouris, you get a big pot of dubious, and you just go. And you pour them on over his desk.
Do they only if you make that noise at the same time?
Yeah. It's the dinner bell.
Is that just a pile of dubias on top at the moment in the middle?
Yeah.
Have any of the spiders come out yet? They're all down the side on the round. That's it. That side there, aren't they? Wow.
Oh, I've never even held a tarantula ever.
This was Lewis. This was the setup we were talking about when you were talking about it at Taunton, isn't it? Like about setting them up with the bit at the back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what it is you've got court back here.
Yeah.
And then you've got another court back here. And then there's a gap in the middle here. Then you fill that in with foliage. So it makes a tunnel down into...
Yeah. Looks good, Valley. Looks good. Yeah, I've not intentionally, Claire, either. I mean, in fact, the only one that I've had on my hand is my Rufus, which that wasn't intentional.
Claire, there's 32 Balfouris in there, and I put every single one in by hand.
Yeah, but you're always holding stuff.
We had Matt. I had my Filipinas tangerine on my hand yesterday.
What was that, Mike? You felt a penis?
You did.
I mean, I've held some of the pokies, but that was completely unintentional. I won't intend to pokey.
Steve, I PM you my address and you can send them over to me.
Oh no. Bloody.
I've got a Flaminga chilus rufus, which is I don't know, we know what the common name is of them, but it's an Asian arboreal. And when I rehoused that, I completely forgot. I just was in New World mode and just moved it onto my thumb, moved it into its new enclosure, completely just didn't even think.
I would scream like a little bitch and run around.
It was so calm. It was so calm. But
do you know how I ended up getting used to holding spiders? Right? Because as much as I love Dave, Dave's wrong. Right? My Farafosa gets stuck on the mesh all the bloody time. Right? And I know Dave says they can't, but they do. Right? And it was literally dangling and spinning like this. And I didn't have anything that I could literally, because I was in a rush and I was like, first thing in the morning, I was like, I've got to get this spider down.
Hey, nannies.
Took my hand underneath her.
How are you?
Literally just dropped into my hand and she was calm as anything. I put her onto the substrate and she walked off. And after that, after having a dinner plate in my hand, I was like, I don't really care about anything now.
Mate, honestly, with regards to those meshes, the thing is, like I said before, I did the video on it. It's like you look at the Exoterra and Komodo mesh. Komodo mesh is a formed mesh. It's one piece. They can't get their toes trapped. But because they have the retractable claws, when it's a woven mesh like the Exoterra mesh, if they're going on it with their claws, they can effectively almost slide in between two pieces.
Yeah, that's what happened.
And I've got video and photos.
And you'll have to sort out horses, mate.
So you have to actually physically move the mesh to help free their claws.
I could do with some, but
that's the reason why I replace it. You know, I replace it all with acrylic, but each to their own. I'd rather change it for the cost rather than run a risk of having a lost leg or whatever, or worse.
I will say the only spider, most of my pokies, all my adult pokies, are in Exoterras. I've never had one of them do it. The only one I have had do it is the Farafosa, and I think that's because she's so heavy.
Like I say, I had my Canberra guy do it, and he was stuck with two front legs, just hanging there like he was doing pull-ups.
You're not cheering on?
I think I don't know if he was going for 1 rep max or what he was doing, but he definitely weren't getting back up again.
He was doing that like that. What is it? The 2-minute pull-up.
Yeah. Either that, or he was trying to do a bit of what's the stuff they call it? I can't even think what they do. It begins with a P, doesn't it?
Parkour.
No, not plyometrics. I can't think what it is. Calisthenics. That's it. Not PC.
Oh yeah.
Trying to do the old plank. But sorry, Claire, what was you saying about the acrylic?
I said, do you drill it then? So
you,
yeah.
I'll show. Trying to see what's going to be easiest to show.
Yeah, I just thought that, and I'm like, I can't reach the only one I've got with acrylic on.
I've got 60 by 45 here. And this is where are we going? That way. So this is the acrylic lid, just sort of here.
Yeah.
But as you can see, it's like all the drill holes in it. It's not the best lighting in the world, and I've got all my isopods in there at the moment. But yeah, all the lids, it's all drilled.
And you just do that for any Exoterra, do you?
Yeah. Basically, I've got all the measurements for all the different sizes that I have. I take the lid off, measure where to the bit of plastic is, where you've got like that rubber bung that sits around in an exo where the mesh is held in. I measure to the outside of that where you've got the plastic surround bit, and then I get it cut. And then once it's cut, before I take the plastic protection film off, I'll mark it all up and drill it then, because then it doesn't crack.
Yeah.
And the important thing is same with all the acrylic enclosures. Don't push the drill through. As long as you've got a sharp drill bit, you just put the weight of the drill will draw itself through it. And I normally do like a 1 mil pilot hole, and then it doesn't matter what size you go after that, because it's got the guide, it will go straight through happily. The big 45 by 60, there's 2 pieces of acrylic and they're 3 mil thick just because of the weight and size of them. The smaller exos, the 30 by 30 by 30s, the 20 by 20 by 20s, they all get 5 mil thick, and the 45 by 45's got 3 mil. But 5 mil thick, cut the size, and then all I do is I put a bead of silicone on HA6 actually on the lip where the plastic
All right, George.
rubber used to sit off the mesh.
Yeah.
There's a little really thin piece. You just put a little thin bead on, push it on, have something heavy sit on it for 24 hours, and then it comes off. It's fine.
That's awesome.
It just looks nice. I mean, I've got my. See if I can get the camera over there.
Yeah, sometimes when you see people drill stuff, like I understand if it's just like bar plast boxes and things like that, but when it comes to like the decent enclosures, you want it to look tidy, don't you?
Yeah. Sorry, I just moving the laptop around. Yeah, look, I'll show you my regardless. Cheese. I'm going to bring
Took a step. And another step.
Oh God. It's right. I'm trying to get this closer because the cable's so short.
Right, so 2 hours in, and they're actually starting to like accept the fact that there's another spider in there with each other.
That's the regardless top. So
yeah, you've done a good job of that.
It's just nice and tidy, and it's just
It is
nice. Oh, which way are we going? There we go. Yeah. Oh, that way. Just looks so much nicer, and it's just you can put the holes, and the good thing about it is I think is you can then put whatever size holes you want depending on the requirements of the spider. If it's a really dry species, you can put massive holes or lots of holes, and if it's one that needs a bit more humidity, you can put less holes. You can sort of be the
that's what I was going to say. The Perspex really holds the humidity a lot better.
Yeah,
it does. Yeah.
Doesn't matter how many holes you put in it; it just holds it a lot better than the mesh, obviously.
Yeah, that's why with like my Avics are in different enclosures because I wanted the holes in the sides as well. So they're not that's an Avic in this thing here, and it's just it's an acrylic one with holes all up the sides, both sides, and in the door. I took the Spider Shop one, and before I make it, I just have all the doors and everything stacked up and just drill holes through each bit. So I've got all the holes in the sides and the front all at the same position.
Yeah.
And I know it doesn't probably matter, but because she's been doing so well in the acrylic, I didn't want to then put her in something that didn't have all the ventilation, just in case. It's like I know it doesn't matter, and you can have conversations with people that go, no, it's fine, just glass.
It's what she knows. It might matter. It's what she does. Yeah.
I'm not going to change what was working for me. So
yeah.
Hey, Jackie.
Yeah. See, with my jumping spider enclosures that I make.
Hi, Jackie.
My husband's work colleague made me a like a jig to do all the.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Jackie.
Yeah.
Hi, James.
And then I made these little mini ones for the little scorpions, and I've just put mesh, cut a hole and put mesh on the top. But to keep it looking tidy, I've stuck a washer on it.
Yeah, looks good.
Because I like it to be tidy.
As an example of the holes I put around the side, like this is my Versi, and it's got holes top and bottom on the sides.
Mm.
So you get, and then at the back it's got at the top, and then even in the door, top and bottom.
Yeah.
So it's just, just take us. This one's just this is a mantis den enclosure, and I actually changed the top on these ones to acrylic as well because they don't come with it. So I just get that cut to size and then drill the holes where the drill holes are.
Yeah, they have different ones, don't they? They have like the not for mantis and
Well, this is just the normal mantis one because they don't do the not for mantis as an arboreal, unfortunately. So But yeah, just replace the lid with the acrylic and everything. It seems to look nice. There's nothing wrong with a plastic tub, sweet jar, whatever though. But I just like nice things.
No, I've got a few.
Yeah, so have I. But I just, for the Versi, I just like it being on display. They're really clear. They look nice. And then I stack them all like that in front of me. So I've got nice enclosures in stacks, looking like I've got a shop, storage, whatever.
The only reason I got the tarantula room enclosures for the Verses is because they ate through the vent.
Oh, right. Yeah. Steve. He's on one today. I bought a £1,500 milling machine. It's probably a bit extravagant for air holes, but I can mill every really clean, evenly spaced holes. I bet he doesn't even use it for that. I'm not being rude. I'm supposed to get a work call.
My tarantula enclosures, it's a bit misted up. You're probably not going to be able to see. These are my homemade ones that I did for my teas.
Oh, nice.
Oh, they're good.
I do like those round vents with the bunks on them. Like, they do look good.
You can see though, I've put glue there because it chewed through it.
Yeah.
So I've got to swap them all over. I mean, you can get metal.
No, Amy, take care.
Metal mesh.
You can get they do ones you can they're almost like machine pressed meshes, aren't they? That slot in almost like a. Yeah.
I use those vents on everything, even on the
Oh, nice, Ian.
temporary enclosures.
Yep.
Some of that mesh.
But my big pulk is in a Geigen Terror, is it? That I bought off Ian.
Yeah, the Geigen Terrors are nice.
It is really nice enclosure. The mesh on top isn't like you were saying with the double mesh. It is single and thick.
Yes, and also the thing I like about the Geigen Terrors is they have that. Has yours got the lock-in? So that you can,
it's got the four corners.
Yeah, because you can open it front or back or whatever, can't you? Yep.
Yeah, it's got that little. She's actually dug in for the first time since I've had her.
I like the fact you can move two of them and lift it like a lid, or you can take the whole thing off, or whatever you want to do with those lids, can't you?
Yeah, I really like them, but you can't get them here, can you?
You can. Bug Hut gets them in near me.
Are they online, Bug Hut? Do I know Bug Hut?
No. Well, she's got Instagram and Facebook. But she has them in. She does get them in stock. It's Bug Hut and the Reptile Hut near me, round in Essex.
Because I really like it, I looked online, and because I like everything to match.
They changed. Sorry, go on.
I did find some suppliers, but what they were supplying aren't the same enclosures.
No, they changed ownership. They were bought out not so long ago, from what I can understand, which is why there was no one could get hold of them for a while. And that's the same with what's happened with the Reptizoo acrylic ones with the magnetic lids. Yeah. They changed ownership as well, so it's all been done by a new company. So there was a massive sort of problem with supply and things being made while it was all going through. But if you're after the Geigens, when I go down to see Natalie this week, I can always say I don't
know what size this is, but I'd really like to have a couple of this exact size.
Have a look at it again. Are they like the 30 by 30 by 20s?
Whoa. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I think they are 30 by 30 by 20. Yeah. Maybe 30 by 30 by 15. But yeah. They do get them in there.
Because I'd like them for my scorpions as well.
There is the only thing with those lids a little bit is they do have a little bit of play, don't they? In them.
Yes, it does.
Not small enough for a spider. Not too much for a spider, but for something like if you were going to put like your emeralds in there.
I can't put my emeralds in there. It's got the door on the front, but I tend to just take the lid off. But where the vents are, they're also for cables, I think.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't shut off, does it? It doesn't shut completely. No.
Bit of hot glue in there, that'll be all right.
Yeah. See, the thing with the emerald tank is the fish tank. It wasn't a closed off lid. It was like it's a kiddie's fish tank. I bought it from
Oh, right. Yeah.
Corn or whatever, and it had
Hey,
like a plastic lid that had holes in either end. So I've laminated several lots of laminator paper, so it's clear.
Yeah.
And made a lid with that and put air holes in it, and then put the plastic on top of that to block everything off. But they just walk straight under it.
Hi, Emily.
Wonder if it's worth getting some perspex cut like how you've done it.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, the HA6 silicon's pretty good, and sort of you can bake it. You can get it. Most places that do the acrylic laser cuttings normally got something like a 0.1 or 0.2 millimeter tolerance now on their cutters.
Yeah, but if I can't glue it because it's the only way into the tank.
No, I'm just thinking maybe it might be worth speaking to someone like or having a look at the custom Aquaria type enclosures.
Yeah.
But it just depends on how small the nymphs are for the corners, really, because of the glass lid and stuff.
Well, they're tiny. The thing is, they're so flat as well.
Hmm.
They're only a couple of mil.
Yeah, that's a trouble, isn't it?
I watched Dave's video of his because he bought like 30, 40 of them and put them into a small, tall Exoterra.
Yeah.
And then he was having problems with the nymphs escaping, but he's not remotely bothered. And then he put them into a bigger one, and I don't know what the enclosure was, but they were sliding doors, and I just thought, well, they're all just going to walk straight out.
Yeah. With your fish tankers, and I know it won't look amazing, but what about like organza, like some black organza or something inside the lid that you sort of does it just push on the lid, or is it?
No, it just I'll show you.
Did I say hello, Emily? Yeah, Aaron, they are nice. They are nice, the Gigans. But like I say, they changed ownership, so there's a bit of issue. Oh, right, yeah. Okay.
Claire,
It's gone better.
Phil.
I've messaged Phil.
Yeah, because he
I'm waiting
breeds.
for him to answer. I know that's who I got them from.
Yeah. He's also got a video as well.
Has he?
Yeah, if you go on his YouTube, there's a video of how he keeps them.
Yeah, so that's the lid. So that all those edges are open when you get the tank. But I just laminated paper several times, which I know is not
It works.
I'm just thinking though, that other lid that goes on.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, the way it is at the lips and stuff, even if you put organza on there, it's not going to be held tight enough or sealed all the way around, is it? If it was like a phanarium type lid, then organza would be ideal because then you could just, as it clicks on, it holds it all tight in place, doesn't it?
Yeah, so it does. It's inset, so I can put something in.
Yeah. Acrylic will work on that, as long as you get your measurements spot on.
That's it. It needs to be like not even a millimeter out.
Yeah.
Because I think the problem is in these back corners, for some reason, there's 2 holes, and they're just walking out of them. But they just. Well, I can't even see any babies, so they've probably all just gone for a walk.
Oh, there you go. Steve says he's been to Phil's and his emerald green cockroaches are escaping as well.
Oh, good.
That's probably why he's never got as many as he wants for sale. I know that at the place near me, they have them in like a bra plast, but obviously the lid then clicks on, doesn't it? So.
Yes, that's what Jeremy said earlier about the bra plast, but I wanted it to
be a feature.
Yeah. Not that. I don't even.
What about like a Komodo type lid? Because then it's a sliding mesh lid that has the lip. The Komodos have the inset lips on the 3 sides, and they click down. As long as you click the front down, they probably wouldn't get out of that.
Yeah, I definitely need to look at something.
Because my hissers don't escape from my Komodo. I mean, I've got about 600 hissers in there, and when they have the nymphs, they are tiny as well.
I cannot see a single nymph. My husband's probably sat with them on his head.
Check the lounge.
They were everywhere in here. Oh dear.
Claire, what about? Do you have some glass shops around you?
I'm not sure.
Because then you can custom order the size you want with
There you go,
holes
Claire.
and everything.
Steve said he's got the same tank. If you can make a lid out of acrylic for you. If you send in the measurements, you can cut it next week.
Oh, Steve, that'd be amazing. Thanks, mate. I'll text you. Yeah, because sod trying to cut acrylic. Literally, I can't find one. I'm going to cry. I can find my adults, but I cannot see a single nymph. Oh.
How many did you have?
Well, when I counted earlier, there was 8 in here.
There's a wings showed up.
Trouble is, they do bury as well, don't they?
Oh, it's okay. That mum's got them on her belly. She's got a couple.
If there's nothing we can do, maybe there's nothing.
Cool, they're tiny, aren't they?
The only thing I would say is you could take a mandibles off.
Oh, pretty long.
Never in a million years did I think I'd like roaches. I'm absolutely obsessed with these guys. There's something about them. They're really pretty. Oh, she says as she drops it. Bonk. Everyone's loving the death feigning beetles at the moment, aren't they? They seem to be a huge hit right now.
Yeah, but
He's still got them Balfouris from
the
that.
trouble is the breeding of them.
Three you was going to give him.
Yeah.
He's just messaged me. I've still got them for you.
No one's having any success with breeding. They're all wild.
No, they'll stay in there.
I've been reading up on it as much as I can because mine are at it like rabbits, but I don't stand a hope in hell, I don't think. I think, if I remember rightly, Gav did get one.
Yeah. Yeah, but they were saying it's about, it's not necessarily the laying, it's the pupation part.
Yeah. You can get the eggs and you can get the larvae, but it's getting it any further from there.
Jeremy's telling you need to get extinct cave roaches. They squeak as a defence.
Oh. I have been, what was I looking at? Question mark roaches. Is that right? So they look like the domino ones.
Hi Debbie, how are you?
Question marks.
Hope you're well.
All I've got is the hissers, and then I've got a dubia colony, and then I've got some of the Cuban burrowing roaches from Leah. They're really cool.
Yeah, Terry gave one to my son to hold at the
At Seas.
At Seas, yeah.
He said he's going to get some tree because he's going to get Annabella stuff.
Yeah, I'd read the before for food for the reptiles.
Yeah,
I'll be back in too.
I've got banana roaches, like millions of them. Gav gave me like 20 of them. And now I've just got them by like just so many.
Jeremy was going on about the bananas the other day. Brilliant for breeding.
Yeah, I don't really have anything I can feed them to, unless I fed them to the jumpers. But I don't know if they'd eat them because they prefer flying, obviously. Flying
It's really funny the way I've been feeding our jumper recently is like literally just open the door, put a locust on the front web, and it can't get off, and the spider just comes along whenever it fancies. It won't chase down things now, but
Mine, I tell you what, mine really like waxworms. Really like
Yeah.
them. Yeah. I know you shouldn't feed them too often to anything.
oh, okay.
Let's put these back.
I'll try and be there, Debbie.
Would you say they're the best at breeding, Jeremy, the bananas?
They are still escaping. I just found one.
Oh, baby. They're
They're
so
so
cool.
cute. They're really cute when they stay in their enclosure.
Yeah, Steve, he wines and dines them. Surfing.
I've never tried them, James. No problem, Debbie. I'll do my best to be there.
I'm in an iron about the banana roaches because the banana roaches seem to be, from what I understand, really, really good at breeding. So just something a little bit different. Trouble is, it's just the climbing and the flying and all that stuff that puts me off.
Debbie, is that 1 o'clock your time or 1 o'clock our time?
Eastern time, mate. So that'll be East Coast. So 1 o'clock East Coast.
So what time will it be for us?
5 hours ahead. We're
So
5 hours. We're 5 hours ahead.
So 6 o'clock.
Yeah, if it's
Yeah.
1 Eastern, it'll be. If it's 1 Eastern, it'll be 6 p.m. here. Or if it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon, it'll be 6 p.m. If it's 1 a.m., then it'll be 6 a.m. You'll still be up.
Yeah, probably.
Jeremy, have you fed them to jumpers?
Yeah, he's saying he has, yeah. You need to send me some pictures of yours, Jeremy. I don't think I've actually seen them.
I'll have to try that. The thing is, they fly though, don't they? Once they're green.
Mm-hmm.
Don't like fly ones.
At least you'll be able to find them in your lounge when they escape.
What substrate do I use? It's a mix
thanks,
that I use for everything. It's a bit of everything.
If you're not subscribed to Debbie's channel, Steve, just put the link in.
I have a pretty but defective male.
Oh, that is so pretty.
Dude, the purples are popping on that, aren't they?
Yeah. What is that?
It's a Pantherbeteus machala.
Yeah, I'll remember that.
It's such a shame. I wish they did keep their Christmas, but we were talking about that, Mark, couldn't we?
Yeah.
Be
Well,
so
they actually do. Right, so an adult female, if you feed her till she's nice and plump, that Christmas butt does show.
But it's not the same colour, is it? You know what I mean?
No, it's not. It's not orange. But if I can get the female, let me see if I can get the female now.
Osman, mate, you don't have to apologise to anyone, dude. Everyone knows you're going through it at the moment.
Yeah, you don't have to apologise for anything.
Yeah. I'm just going to pen now.
Well, I can't see the Christmas tree on my Arachnids.
No, because she's black as the ace of spades.
Yeah, true. I wish I hadn't rehoused her into that new enclosure. Since I've done it, I ain't seen her.
I might need the light. So, let's camera. It's gonna be really, really awkward to try and show.
You can see the dark parts in there
Yeah.
of it, but it'd just be nice if they kept that nice orange and black. Do you know what I mean?
Sort of see the stripe there.
Yeah.
Try and turn around. It's hard to see it on camera. You can see it like clear as day.
It's awkward, isn't it, with the cameras? They always show up weird, but
Oh, there you go.
you can see it. Yeah, you can see the darkness, but it'd be nice if they kept that orange. It's the same with the GBBs though as well, isn't it? I mean, even though they're amazing looking as adults, it'd be lovely if they kept that orange butt with the Christmas tree on it as well.
You wouldn't get me holding a pamphlet like that.
Yeah, all right, mate. I watched you. I love it. Mate goes, she's all right. I've seen Lewis hold her loads of times. But every spider's different. And the thing is what I will say is, you know how like you have snakes, right? And you don't just pick up a snake. You got to get it out of that food response. Exactly the same with spiders. Anything, a spider's like opportunistic hunter, so it waits for movement. So as soon as you put anything in there, it's going to instantly go, oh, food. As soon as you can get it out to realise that it's not food, they're fine.
To be honest, I'm the same when the fridge door opens, though, mate.
But there's not many spiders that I will literally just pick straight up. There's a couple, but because I know that their food response ain't that high.
I think my food response is the same as an A-Gen's, and I'm as opportunistic as a Pac-Man frog.
I got tadpoles on the table.
Oh, awesome. I love frogs.
The legs are nice.
Frogs' legs.
Yeah.
Can't say I've tried, and I don't think.
My Sturmy tried to argue with me for the water bowl the other day, Ian, when I was on my live, when I was trying to change that.
How many teas have you got, Matt?
At the moment, between 90 and 100. It's mostly slings, but I have probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. About 35 of them are probably juvies and sub-adults and adults. So yeah, it's about 65 slings, I think.
Do you have a dedicated room for them?
Yes, this room. Like, it's only a little room. It's only a box room. You can fit a double bed in it that way, wall to wall, and a wardrobe, because we used to have it as a spare room. But this is my
You're right, mate.
overnight. So when I don't have to go, I have to go into the office during the week, and then when I'm working at weekends, I work from home. So I sit in here, but I need to take this desk out in the corner. With all this is on, I need to take the desk out and put a rack in floor to ceiling there in the corner, so I can have it deeper. Then I can put the big exos on there, because at the moment I've only got tiny little shelves, and they're only 20, 25 deep. So I can't put the exos or anything on them. And I probably wouldn't trust my hanging of shelving units anyway. But so I want to get the rack in floor to ceiling on those and put a corner in. and then I'll have enough space for them. At the moment, I haven't got enough space for them.
And it could have been worse, mate. It could have been worse.
The thing is, I won't keep. Obviously, this number will fluctuate because I know full well I've probably got 20 males. I've got confirmed males. So, once they mature and stuff, they'll either go off for breeding projects or live their life out and stuff, and they won't be around. So we'll see.
Yes, I've got a room upstairs. We call it the Aruna room, but there's no animals in it because my son, not the 21-year-old, the little one, the 4-year-old, won't let me do anything. So now I've brought all my animals down and just spread them out across the downstairs.
Yeah, I'm good, thanks,
So I can
Ruth.
keep an eye on them.
The only reason I'm up here is because I can keep the oil radiator in here and keep it warm.
Yeah.
But downstairs, it's too cold at the moment. During the summer last year, when we had that heat wave, I had to empty the entire of this room and put them all downstairs in the dining room. So my missus works downstairs. She's got a hot box in the dining room, and I had to literally move everything out of the dining room. And she was surrounded by spiders for about 3 or 4 weeks down there, just because the only room cool enough for them.
That's my dining table, and then I've got all my spider racks in the dining room. But all my racks are heated from the back.
Yeah.
The thermostat. But I've got one of them dry buddy air things and the tumble dryer in here. And it really helps with the humidity and the heat. I really like my thermostat is barely on. I mean, my thermometers, nothing's on at the moment in here. My thermometers are 24.7.
Yeah.
The temperatures are really good in this room. I've probably noticed it, but
this room's got an oil rad, and I bought one of these plugs after I was chatting to Chris about it, because we're talking about costs and everything. And you can actually program how much it costs per kilowatt hour. Plug this in and then plug the radiator in, and you can see it clicking on and off at what wattage it's drawing and stuff like this, and it tells you how much it's cost over the month. And to be honest, it wasn't costing me hardly anything to have the radiator on. So because once it reaches temperature, it clicks off, and it's only using like 1 watt of power.
I had the giant Atlas moths last year, and I had the oil fill radiators in the rooms upstairs to get them hatching, and my bigger scorpions are in there. So that the oil radiators, they work really well, and most of them have already got a thermostat built in, haven't they?
They do, yeah. I was just like, it's between 22 and 25 degrees at the moment. But when we had that warmer weather a couple of weeks back, this room was getting to 27. So I'm like, but that's all because at the moment our roof needs replacing. We're getting it replaced this week, next week, maybe.
Brian.
It's got no heat shield in the roofing because it's got flat roofs. So at the moment we're really struggling with the sort of fluctuations on temperatures. But once we get the new roof on there, hopefully, because it'll have the heat shields and all that on the new roof, hopefully we'll be able to keep the temperatures a bit more stable. Because otherwise they're all going to have to go back downstairs again in the summer.
Yes, we've got the back door open like literally all summer, and there's what do you call it?
Skylight.
Yeah, that's one. Hole in the ceiling. It's actually pretty cool in here. In the summer, believe it or not. My son's room in the front, my eldest in the front, it's like a sauna all summer and an icebox all winter.
Yeah, this is the trouble, because the sun comes over the back of the property out to the front. So from about midday, this room gets the heat. But the trouble is having the windows open, because we're at the top of a hill and we've got a road opposite us, the wind funnels up that road straight onto our property. So the wind that comes through here, if you have even a crack open, it's like gale force wind coming through the crack of the windows. It's pain, absolute pain. So much so that he's got the whole front of his property's glass, and he had to have extra thick glass put in because they would sit in their lounge and they would have their ears pop at the pressure changes with the wind moving the glass on their front of their property. So they had to get this extra thick glass in there so it stopped the movement of it so much. Because they were sort of sitting there like as if they were taking off on an airplane.
Yes, so the dedicated animal room has animals in it, but so does the living room, the kitchen, the bedroom, And in my
Yeah.
house, it's only me. Not a single other person is involved in any of them. So it's not like a family thing, but I've just
Spread through the house.
pushed through the house.
Anyway, Claire, what I want to know is when you're changing your name.
Do you know what? I'm dead serious. I'm really considering it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, my name has already changed once before, you see. So I don't know if I want to do it again. I'm not telling you what my first name originally was because it's horrific. My parents are evil. But I don't know. When we thought we were moving to the Isle of Wight,
Nice,
my husband
Reece.
got a job opportunity, and I thought if I'm just going to up and leave and start meet all new people, then it's easy to change your name.
Hey, Moon.
But I don't
Or
know.
commit a load of crime and then it's forced upon you.
Yeah.
We talk
Yeah.
about it in our house all the time about changing our names and stuff, like for a laugh. But I am called Aruna a lot more than I'm called Claire these days.
Yeah, I think
Jemima.
people have the tags, don't they? And they tend to stick with them.
Claire's real name is Jemima.
No, it's not.
I think what I might do is if we can't control the temperatures in up here once we've had the roof done this year, I'm going to be looking at doing what Tim and all people like that are doing with their sheds, and just having it down the bottom of the garden and actually insulate it and do it from like the inside out.
It's a lot easier to keep
I'll
things
take
warm
care of
than
you
it
and
is
look after yourself, mate.
cool it down, isn't it? That's the
Mm.
thing.
Yeah. What I might have to do is I might have to set some racking up in my bedroom so that I can fluctuate between the front and the back of the house in winter and summer. See how that goes. I'm sure I'll get that approved.
Pete's is all insulated.
Yeah.
I'll
Thing is,
tell you
once you
what,
put
it's so bloody warm in there.
But if you put all the Kingspan in and stuff like that, it works twofold, doesn't it? Because it keeps the hot out, but it also keeps the warm in when you need it to. It's like anything external won't come in as much. It does work.
Have you seen Tim's new shed?
It's
That's
amazing.
a
Isn't
thing
it?
of dreams, man.
Yeah.
I'd live in that myself.
Yeah, appreciate it, Steve. I know you will,
Away
mate.
from the
It'll be good.
kids.
I'll be calling on you, don't worry.
That snake of Pete's, one that Sharon's supposed to be having, that beauty snake, that shed yesterday.
Oh, nice. Oh, do you know, actually, speaking of snakes, do you know, when I was looking at the little frog on Friday, just in the enclosure above it was a little baby hoggy. And I'm like, oh, I can't. I would have literally come home and been murdered.
Yeah,
Yeah, but look on the bright side, Matt. It'd be worth getting murdered for, and then
Yeah,
somebody could look
they're
after
really
it for you.
musty smelling.
As done.
Yeah, we got a new little addition on Friday. Little horned frog.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Pac-Man frog. Yeah.
Yeah, called Dumpy.
Is that what you called it, Dumpy?
Yeah.
Oh, I had the Oriental one, and I had
Yeah.
called Pandora. She used to go blah, 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 when you'd feed her. I used to give her pinkies, and she'd make funny noises.
He's got
That's called Bulbasaur.
Bulbasaur.
we were going to call it Bert, because then it didn't matter if it was a boy or a girl, because then it's like Bertie or whatever. But then its name's been changed. So, but it's got a fair bit of space in there.
No.
Tiny little thing. That's a 30 by 20 enclosure. Obviously, I've done a little bit more to it since then, but it's a tiny little thing.
Yeah, they can get to a really good size.
Hmm.
I will say though, Matt, if you've put any fake plants in it, make sure they're big.
They just destroy them.
Oh no, I haven't put any plants in there.
They'll destroy them and they'll try and eat it.
Yeah, the only thing that's in there is a little bit of leaf litter, the cork hide, and a little tiny, very shallow water bowl at the moment. Because I know as babies, they're not exactly the best of swimmers in the world.
No, but as long as it's
Oh, no, Jane. Sorry, mate.
above its eyes and there's a way out for it.
Yeah,
Like-
exactly. It's one of those. It's one of those Exo Terra ones with the little steps at the side, you know.
Yeah, no, they're all right in there. They weren't drying enough.
But yeah, it's disappeared now. Oh, James, sorry, dude. 10 years is good though.
Oh, no.
Matt,
Hmm?
About that temperature problem of yours. I don't know what it's called in English, but Google Translate said heat pump. We have them here in Norway. You install them, you have a unit inside and a unit outside, and you can get heating and air condition.
Oh yeah. I think the thing is, what we've done, we didn't realise, but the room next to this room had a leak, so that's how we knew the roof was screwed. So we need to get that all replaced. But when the guy was up there, we were talking about the temperatures, and he said, "Oh, it's probably because your heat shield gone. It's just gone." So hopefully that might make a difference. The other thing we're going to do this year is on the glass, we're going to put the UV film up so that the UV light doesn't sort of penetrate, because that's what you end up with the heat through. So hopefully that will reduce a little bit as well. But yeah, we've got a few options. It's just the cost of everything, that's all.
Yeah, because I'm installing one of those this summer.
Oh, right, okay.
Because
No.
the way my house is placed, when the sun goes up, it hits the wall behind me, and when it goes down, it's still on that wall.
Yeah.
And I have 2 big windows and 1 big sliding door.
Yeah, just lets it all in.
So in summertime, I have last summer I had 32 degrees inside my living room with all the windows open.
It was during the heat wave we had here last year. This room was probably 37 degrees during the day, every day, with no doors or windows open, fans on. It was just crazy.
I'm installing one of those units with heating and air conditioning, so I can get a stable temperature.
Oh, good night, Reese. Take care, mate.
If you get the really thick Kingspan
James, take care.
that's got silver on either side, you can normally regulate on those sheds quite well. Put a few like the big fans on the back of the shed or something to sort of draw the air through. You can normally keep the temperatures pretty good in those. But we'll see. It's just fun, sort of keep having to sort of adapt things all the time, isn't it? It's always ongoing.
Hey, Anton, how you doing, mate?
I've got one of them portable.
Yeah, we've got one in the garage.
Makes a right racket, but it does work.
And they're not the cheapest things. We put it on last year for a couple of weeks, and it's just they're so
they are expensive to run. I had food poisoning in August when we had that big heat wave. I had it on in my bedroom. I did not care. I would have paid anything just to cool the room down.
Yeah, sometimes you have to do it, don't you? I mean, the only other alternative we've got is if I actually make this room the office for Kath, so she can, when she's working from home all the time, this is the room, and I could actually brick or put a stud wall up between, because we've got a the dining room and the lounge goes through from the front to the back of the property. If I put a stud wall up or something to separate the lounge and the dining room, I could rack the entire of the dining room, and it's the coolest but most stable temperature in the house. And if I put the rad in there, I wouldn't need it on in the summer, and in the winter I'd only need it on a little bit because it would just retain the heat in there. And that's a pretty good room as well. So that could be the alternative. I'll just move from up here downstairs into the dining room and have the dining room as the actual reptile room, you know.
Yeah, we've moved my little boy into the bigger bedroom upstairs, so the Aruna room is now a smaller room.
Right.
And we took all his stuff from the playroom, which is the extension on the living room, upstairs. So now that's empty. And I was like, maybe that could be the room. No, apparently it's going to be a gym, I'm told.
Well, the garage, when lockdown hit, I did push 2 skips worth of crap out of our garage and set a gym up in there. So I could use the garage if I was going to set that up. But it's just an awful lot of work with insulation and sealing it all off and making sure it's okay, you know. I've got enough spiders in there as it is, all free roaming. Connor's hopefully going to university in September, so talk about possibly moving his room to this room and me having that room. But the dining room would probably be a better option. Kath would be all right up here. She likes the warm, so she could have this as her office.
Yeah, see, my eldest room in the front is probably one of the biggest rooms. It's a garage conversion.
Yep.
But the temperatures couldn't be any further from stable. There's no way I'd put any animals in there. I'll
Yeah.
put him in there. I've got no problem with him living in there. I even charge him rent, but I'm not putting any animals in there.
Yeah, the dining room's pretty good. I mean, it's cold at the moment, but no, it doesn't get a lot of light. That's the only downside. It doesn't get a lot of light because the conservatory sort of where it is stops the sun sort of going through the big patio doors. But I could work with that room. In fact, it's got me thinking now. I might move in there anyway.
When I first started out with the spiders, I started off with one little shelf unit of 3 shelves. And it's just, I've just extended it along. There's enough room for me to put at least another 2, I reckon. If we don't want to do any washing. I am saying we don't need a dining table, but no one's listening.
You don't need one of them.
Well, we've got a big breakfast bar, and the little one loves sitting up here, and the older one's never in. So why have we got a dining table?
You've always got a lap.
That's it. Everyone's piles in the front room anyway. I hope we could get rid of that. Got me thinking now as well.
Blame Scott.
We've done like 5 tip runs in the last few weeks, and it just doesn't seem to have made a dent on the house at all.
Oh, don't. We decorated Connor's room. So we emptied his room entirely. We had it carpeted, so we had the whole of his room out. And then when we decorated his room and put stuff back, somehow the conservatory, which was completely empty, is still chock-a-block, and so is his room. I don't know how his stuff seems to have doubled, but yeah, I need to get rid of so much stuff.
Yeah, literally, the downstairs extension on the back was a playroom for the little one, and it had 2 floor-to-ceiling bookshelves in it, and it's got a blow-up sofa and a PlayStation and a TV. And I don't know how that kid has gained so many toys, and he doesn't touch half of them.
Nice, Max. Yeah, I haven't scuba dived in a few years, and I probably won't anytime soon because of the cost of just going anywhere to do it. So I could sell. I've got like all the jackets, the BCDs, the wetsuits, fins, everything just takes up space. I've got all those, and then I've also got God knows how much stuff on my motorbike. I could get rid of that stuff.
Think how many spiders and how many rackings you could buy if you sold that.
Exactly.
That's how I work my money out. How many inverts or spiders can I buy this month?
The only reason I haven't got rid of my motorbike before is because as soon as I get rid of my motorbike, I know my car's going to die.
Yeah, it's always the way.
Yeah, and it is fun to ride it, but yeah, I'm probably I'll have a word with Kath, maybe move her up here.
Cruising is fun. Hope you're well.
I'm not even allowed to ride a push bike. Oh no, joking.
You're all right with stabilisers on it.
I'm not even allowed to ride one with stabilisers on it. I'm not even allowed to walk. That's I'm not allowed to walk unattended. I've got a bus pass. You lot say now I'm not old enough to have a 21-year-old. I have a bus pass.
Is it an off-peak?
Pardon?
Is it an off-peak bus pass?
No. And it's companion. No. I can take a friend.
Oh. Lucky you.
I walk everywhere I do.
Oh, damn, my legs wouldn't last long enough.
I did try and scoot on Axel's scooter on the way back from school the other day. Man, my life flashed before my eyes. I'm not doing that again. It's like getting off, and it's, you know, when you've been on a boat and you go back onto dry land.
Sea legs.
Like, whoa.
Yeah, Emily, I love going camping. Camping in Wales is awesome. Go up the mountains. Wales is a cool place.
I can't wait for the better temperature so I can go out and camping again.
Oh, Trond, I've got a photograph of me when we was out camping in Snowdon, and literally the tent is completely under ice, frost, snow. The car's just completely all frozen up and stuff, and there's Connor just sitting in a tent looking miserable as sin.
Yeah.
Good times.
Me, I don't care. I go camping now if I want to, but all my friends, they don't want to. It's too cold.
You're right once you get in a sleeping bag. Mountains in the winter are the best time.
Yeah.
I
And
go.
they always complain about me being crazy because they pack big tents and everything. I have my sleeping bag, and that's it. Some food. I find a nice big tree and sleep under that.
I used to camp a lot when I was younger, but my boys are princesses. They're not camping. They're such flannels, seriously. And that includes my husband. If you can hear me.
Yeah. Lewis, what was you saying about camping, mate?
I said I only go camping if I take my fishing rods.
Yeah, that's what
that's
Steve
when I
was
used to
saying.
go
Carp
camping.
fisherman, which is just a camping with way too much stuff.
Yeah, you want to see my bed. My bed's like, well, it's probably not more comfortable than like bed now, but bed at home it is.
That is not camping. I have seen up on Tilgate Lake. I have seen the guys with like these pull-out beds that are like,
yeah,
pucker. They probably cost more than their bed at home.
Yeah,
tent and everything.
Most people who go fishing.
That even like in the middle of winter, I have to sleep in my boxers because it's that hot. But then it's not fun when your alarm goes off and you have to get out in the freezing cold in your boxers. That's the only downside.
I think the little one would have a heart attack if there was no electric output of any description.
Oh.
See.
Oh, you Max?
Hey up.
All right.
I'd go camping in the middle of ice and all sorts of stuff. Love it.
That's why I have these
What are they?
battery packs.
Battery packs. That is not camping. You do not go camping. That is glamping. That is not the same. You're a flannel as well.
I used to camp when I was a kid by bringing bin bags, some sticks, and some strings. We'd make our own tents out of bin bags and bivvies in the cockpits.
That's camping. I'm not gonna lie. My back.
I've done it for years. Like
camping.
Nah, I can't do it too much anymore. I've got too much chronic pain issues. But I used to camp a lot when I was a kid. Part of the Scouts as well until I left. We do actually have land that we can camp on as well. I just don't do it enough.
Did you buy anything?
That's the good thing about Norway. We have the free roam law, so you can go camping.
Oh yeah, I mean, our family actually owns land. It's a stewardship left down from my granddad when he passed. But we've got it currently rented, and half of it's grass fed as well. But we can't do like artificial fertilizers and stuff because we've got protected.
You take all your stuff in like suitcases.
But it's literally 2 miles down the road from us, so I could camp anytime I want. It's just too much of a hassle for me.
It's not interesting food.
But maybe I might do some more in the summer.
Yeah.
Me and my mate did joke about one day, once, we was on about taking a generator, TVs, PlayStation, hopping around on the internet and playing Call of Duty all night.
By the time you've taken all of that, is it even worth it?
Just get a camper. My parents have a camper.
I've got a big, massive bivvy, and we'll stay in there for a week. And when we're not catching fish, we're playing Call of Duty.
That is not camping.
I mean, it's still camping.
No.
What if you get robbed or it rains and your tent leaks and all those battery packs and your PlayStation or whatever it is?
The battery packs are waterproof.
You have, precisely. You have waterproof battery packs. Then you have covers and packaging for the PS3 or whatever console you want to use. When it starts pissing it down, you just put it away. Then you play
so it don't trap it. The moisture trapped in the middle bit, so there's no moisture in the air in the inside.
But the point of camping is to get rid of all that piece of crap TV
Exactly.
and
You
PlayStation.
look, Ada, mate.
Yeah, I do agree with you, Tron, yeah. But when you're fishing and you just sat there waiting for beep, 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 you can't do anything else. Like when you go camping, you can walk off and you can go foraging and you can go do, like, check out the nature and all that sort of stuff. But when you're fishing, you're not allowed to leave your peg. So you have to just sit there and do nothing. So
Yeah, it's different, isn't it?
yeah.
See, when we go
Yeah.
camping, I just take a 2-man tent, like, and that's basically nothing, no mod cons, nothing. Let it freeze in there, whatever, and then we just wander off and up mountains all day. So it's different.
I wish, man.
Yeah.
Barely
Steve
walk
said,
a couple
read
miles.
Steve's comment. He says his mate went to France. They've got power units and Wi-Fi boxes around the lakes.
What?
Yep.
Yeah.
The only thing electronic I bring on camping, it's my phone, but it stays in my backpack all the time. It's just for emergencies.
Yeah.
I use it for
That's the only thing.
GPS. Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I would go like proper camping, but like I'd rather go fishing.
Yeah, I also go fishing when I'm camping.
How far away is Penny Fan from you guys?
I don't know. I haven't looked.
Penny Fan.
Because you're south, aren't you, Ellie?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Cardiff.
Yeah, so Penny Fan and the Breckons. You've got a load of real nice sort of paths and
Brecken's
walks.
not far from us. Leah lives in Brecken.
Yeah. So Langors?
Oh, Penny Fan.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. It's,
Now Lewis is picking up Welsh.
about an hour away.
That's where they used to do the fan dance, where they used to do the SAS trial, like across through the run down there. Have a look up the fan dance. But they used to do that down there. But I tend to go up north because I go to like Snowdonia and do Ogwen Valley and all the ones around there, like Igarn, the Glidders. They're good up there.
Yeah, I've done Snowdon, but we was in like a big farmer's field. We didn't actually stay on Snowdon. We was in the Snowdon area.
Yeah.
But then I didn't take everything. I just literally took my one-man bivvy, which I did take my bed chair. I'm not going to lie. I took my bed chair and my one-man bivvy literally just sits over the top of my bed chair, and then that's literally it.
Yeah.
We used to camp in the back garden when we were kids.
Everyone's done.
Get your mates round and camp in the back garden.
And my parents would come out and throw water at the tent in the middle of the night to try and scare us all. Yeah, I can't even, my eldest has never slept in a tent. I couldn't convince him to sleep in our tent, which is like got a room over here and a room over there and a tunnel down the middle and all that business. It's like a hotel. And he wouldn't even sleep in it in the back garden.
Emily, you're weird.
Yeah, that's pretty weird. I mean, tea time for us, we have a late tea anyways. It's usually around about 7:30, 8, and then I'm still snacking well into the AM. But again, my sleep schedule is not anything to be followed by, so I guess I'm the weird one on that one. But yeah, 6 p.m. for food's way too early. Never had tea.
It's not. We eat dinner between 4:30 and 5:30.
Fucking hell, man.
Hey, Bigfoot, how you doing?
This is the thing. We have kids. We have little kids. They're up from early in the morning and then they go to bed pretty early. Otherwise, us adults can't do what we need to do. So
No, I get that. It's just we never did in my house because of the way my dad worked. He would often get back late. The food we have was either like stew food because it would be cooked and left. Like most of the time, we'd have food like early as 7, 7:30, but sometimes as late as 9 or 10.
I often cook 3 times a day dinners because I cook for the little one at 5, and then I cook for the older one when he comes in from work because he's already starving, and then I cook for me and my husband once the little one's in bed.
Oh no, stuff like that.
see, this is what I do. I cook one time and then I leave it there, and then they up themselves.
Yeah. Well, everyone's
Yeah,
fussy.
oh,
and
yeah.
everyone's got dietary requirements and stuff in this house.
Yeah, see, our youngest goes to bed at like 10 to 7. So if we have food at like
Yeah,
late,
I mean that's fair.
Yeah,
Man.
same as
That's
mine.
fair. That's fair.
I can't eat late anyway. I can't lay down for a couple of hours after eating, otherwise I have indigestion and heartburn.
yeah.
Maybe that's the problem. I'm laying down.
It's
Yeah.
probably why I struggle to sleep half the time as well. Well, no, it isn't, but still. Doesn't
Yeah, it's 'cause when you sit down, your stomach acids sit flat, so they come higher up. So when they're digesting the food, they're bubbling, and it's already higher up.
That's
I don't
Exactly, Osman.
That's why you get heartburn when you lie down.
I had mine removed.
If I ate when I was hungry, I wouldn't eat because I struggled like to even remind myself that I'm hungry.
Yeah, I do that.
So, and because of my weird ass sleeping schedule, that's all over the place. Like sometimes I miss meals, but like pretty much my mum and dad, who I live at home with, they cook the like one regular evening meal, and then I just sort of cook my lunch or breakfast or whenever I'm up myself. And occasionally I help out and cook.
Ellie will ask me in the morning, like, what I want for dinner in the afternoon, and I'm like, I'm not thinking about food. I don't think about food until it's just about to be served.
No, it's a weird one, isn't it? Because mums, we always want to know what we're sorting out for everyone's dinner. And like, I'll ask at lunchtime because everyone's together eating and everyone's full because they've just eaten lunch. They don't care and they don't have an opinion on what they want for dinner. But if I make something wrong, they'll have an opinion.
Hello, Ellie.
It's not like this family.
You don't, but the kids do.
The kids do, yeah, but that's kids.
Ellie.
But it is often my dad who just
Right.
cooks. So sometimes we end up
Which
with
one?
takeaway and pizza and chips, and it
All
becomes
of
a bit
them.
of a habit, I think. So I need to start cooking to help out the family because I need to improve my diet. So and the only way that's going to happen is if I start cooking for the family as well.
My stomach, Steve.
I can't cook. I will
I
burn.
don't have them yet. I hope to get them this summer.
What time? What the hell? Funny now.
Oh, excuse me.
I ought to go to bed, really.
Yeah, we have gone to bed now in a minute.
Yeah, don't worry,
Uh,
get a bed.
Claire and Ellie. Is it the same over in UK when you ask the kids what they want for dinner? I don't know. Always, I don't know.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, my
I
son's answer
understand.
to everything is jelly. That's just his answer to everything is jelly. Jelly is life.
Ah,
My answer is normally food.
Yeah, something edible.
Food. I don't care if it's on a plate. I'll eat it. Pretty much.
Sorry about it.
My favourite go-to is pasta. One pot pasta is the best thing in the world.
Yeah, I've just bought a giant air fryer and I haven't used my oven since. I am cooking everything I can find in it. I think it's great.
We've got a ninja foodie. It's awesome.
That's what I've just got.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can't cook chips in it. Roast potatoes are alright.
I've
Yorkshire
got some bits of
pudding.
onion in it.
Yeah, Yorkshire puddings you can make in there. The kids and Lewis really likes chicken dippers, so we do them. Swedish meatballs are fantastic to cook in there.
I haven't tried them.
Yeah, they're really easy to do. Sausages we prefer in there to anywhere else.
Burgers.
No, we
Burgers
don't
are good.
really cook burgers, do we? If we're having a burger, we go McDonald's.
I turn the racking upside down and then you hang bacon over it like as if you're putting it on the washing line. And you can do a whole thing of bacon, yeah.
No, we like the burgers where it's a burger and then it's got cheese in the middle on burger. We've been obsessed with them lately. I was vegan for 4 years, and then when I did start eating meat, I only ate chicken. But every time I eat chicken, I get food poisoning because I had my stomach removed. I don't have stomach acid, so I can get food poisoning really easily, and I keep getting it from chicken. So now I'm having to try and push what I'll eat, but that's mainly mince, really. I just kind of live in.
Yeah, so red meat instead of like pork and chicken. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I eat any
but-
meat.
Like
I'm
red
fussy.
meat. red meat, I don't care. I like it like pretty much rare. Even burgers rare. I don't really care about how I cook it. But like when it comes to chicken and bacon, I kind of often will overcook that by accident because I'm scared of getting food poisoning from it.
Yeah. I've never given myself food poisoning from food at home. It's been things that like chicken salad pots or things like that I've bought. Because everything I cook is like, you've got to have good teeth to eat the meat in this house.
Mark loves a good
Make
sausage.
it.
Mark.
Yeah, and if it's a foot long.
Yeah. Decent beef mince is really, really nice. It's like my go-to. I just do it. I do like a really, really lazy version of chili and rice, and it's not like a sauce. I just literally cook the beef mince in some goose fat in the pan because we don't use oils anymore. I try and stop using oils, and then just fry it up with some spices, and then a bit of chili sauce in it, and then rice done. And it's like so tasty. Just,
See, my little one can't have anything with dairy in it. My husband can't have anything with wheat in it. And then the older one will only eat something if it's processed beyond all recognition. I can't have any fats or anything because I lost my gallbladder, and I can't have any big meals, and I can't have any sugar, and we all got different dietary. The only thing all of us collectively can eat is spaghetti bolognese, but my husband has it with hash browns. Because he likes it with hash browns.
I mean, it's a weird combination. I wouldn't.
Apparently
It's
it
all
works.
right, Michael.
Spaghetti bolognese or chili con carne is really nice on top of waffles. You know,
That's what he has, hash brown waffles.
Yeah. We had it the other day. It's so good.
To be fair, you can have bolognese with anything, really, can't you? Jacket potato sandwich.
Jeremy. Yeah, I literally just had a kebab from the takeaway, and I'm still hungry.
I gave up buying takeaways because it's such a waste of money because I can only.
Oh no, it is. It was like we
more
rarely do it anymore, especially since like COVID. We never.
Oh
so
no!
we just
If
started,
I could
but,
fit it in, I'd have a takeaway all the time.
Oh god, no.
See, we don't. Not really. We only have takeaway when we want burgers. I got nothing against cooking burgers, right? We just never have them in the house, and McDonald's is up the road, so we just.
Uber brings us everything, literally.
Oh, okay.
McDonald's,
Well, that's the
Burger
privilege
King,
of living
KFC,
somewhere.
you name it. It brings it all here. And you like McDonald's, don't you? I get bored of McDonald's.
It does get boring. It's extreme prices now, though. They're going up.
The nearest village / city is about 18-20 miles for us, so we don't have that option.
Camera show.
I have to drive 30-45 minutes for a takeaway. Giant hockey.
I wish you could rewind on Instagram.
I got something better to show you, Matt. Look.
Hoodies!
OVTs are already
Hoodies.
stupidly bright orange, right? And they're literally ramped saturation up to 100%.
I know.
Nice, mate. I just had a blank Gildan hoodie and 4 t-shirts turn up on Friday, mate.
Even got saturation.
Nice.
Didn't you get t-shirts, but they're all in a small woman's size or something? Didn't you say that?
Me?
Your rookie t-shirts, didn't they all come in a small lady size?
No. So when I had the test one made up, the guy who does it for me is a friend of mine, and the only t-shirt he had that he could available to him in his shop at the time was a small women's. So he made it up. I was just annoyed because I wanted a sample for me, and he's made it up for her.
We're gonna love you and leave you all, and we're off to bed.
Okay. Good night, Ellie. Good night, Lewis.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a move as well.
Night.
Have a nice Mother's Day, Ellie.
Nice to meet you, Claire.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen you on the live. I've seen you in chat. So hi. Bye.
So
Yeah, I've just ordered. I got delivered, Mark, from Fire Label, a black Gildan hoodie, zip up, and 4 black large Gildan t-shirts to do the other prints.
I don't even know how much MODs are. They're all on Ellie's spring thing. It's got t-shirts, cups, everything.
Claire left
Just-
as well, did she?
Hey, Philip.
Right.
It's got Christine stuff on there as well. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
Claire.
Jeremy, I have been keeping up with chat, and I did see that you've got those hats. Definitely will be interested in some of those, I think. So just let me know. Especially the velvet spiders. Any velvet spiders, I'm definitely going to go after. I think that's going to be my first introduction to true spiders, I think, for now.
I've had my velvet spider about 2.5 years.
Nice. I mean, I've kept true spiders way before I...
Yeah, that's the one, Jackie. I've just been having a look through because I've never really looked on what's on there.
No. Maybe I should buy some wolf spiders too. They're pretty cool. But first I need more room. I need that wardrobe gone for another shelf racking. Then eventually need my bed gone. And everything in this room. I'll own no clothes, just spiders. No sleep, just spiders and the PC. That's all I need. Never leave the house. Permanently stay in the dressing gown. In this room with spiders.
There's loads I need to get rid of in here.
You got any plans for tomorrow, Trond? Doing anything?
I'm going to a friend's house and fixing her car. She needs new brakes. And after that, I have some feeding to do. And
Yeah.
after that, isn't there a live?
Yeah, there is a live tomorrow night, AKAC. I'm not sure whose channel it's on. I'll find out tomorrow and I'll send you the details.
It changes time to time.
Yeah.
Well,
Probably
one
just
week it's Ellie's, 1 week it's mine, 1 week it's Phil's, and then it's Christine's. But it's either me or Phil tomorrow.
I was going to say it's probably your Phil because I didn't
I
get
don't know.
how rearranged
I
it.
I just thought it was who was free, but fair enough. So, any of you, are you going to Barnsley, Mark?
I am indeed.
Cool. I was maybe not going. My car's currently out of commission, but my parents have family in Oldham, about 30 miles away. So I think they're going to drive me there, drop me off, and then go see family while I'm at the show, and then come back and pick me up.
Oh, nice.
So
That works out well, then.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't driven the car for a long time because of chronic pain issues. So I was kind of worried about doing the long distance drive and also getting sleep because my sleep's been really bad getting up that early. So it's kind of nice, but I did just want to go by myself just to say that I can do it again. But I'd take the help.
Yeah.
But the weather's meant to be bad as well. I think there's meant to be snow, so we'll see. But I do intend to be at Barnsley. For definite. And if not, I'll just use my money up and order some spiders off Luke, I think. If he's still got them.
Oh, good night, Andy. Take care, mate. Make sure you look after yourself.
I sent Tarantula Tom it's a Makumi. I wasn't going to say what it wasn't, but now he's got it. Yeah, I bought him a Makumi off of Spa the other day and got it shipped out to him. He didn't know what was coming. But because he won that giveaway, Mark, like the first one I did back like at the start of the year. So I thought I'll ship him out one of those, and I know he likes his baboons. And yeah, he sent me a message. He was absolutely over the moon with the Makumi. So
they do look nice. I haven't got an OBT yet, but they were tempting.
Yeah, I've got a Kagoma. they do look very, very similar to the Makumis. They're just a regional thing. They're both DCF. So
The baboons I've got are mainly Harpactira and now Ceratogyrus from that Luke, the Merindialis. I'm in love with that spider. It is so gorgeous. If he has enough one in stock, I'll buy it off Barnsley. And I'm tempted with the Biroops as well. Like, I'm so tempted just to buy it now, but then I'll literally have no money for the show, and I'm like, do I wait for the show, potentially be in stock?
Wait for the show, because the thing is with the Biroops, because of the price, even though they're a good price, they're still out of people's pricing for a lot of things. So,
oh yeah, totally.
He had loads at Taunton, and yes, some went, but it was one of those things that a lot of people were looking, but not a lot of people were pulling the trigger with them. So,
I mean, it's like I don't want to spend too much money because I need some dry goods, and I don't really have a lot of room. But there is some spiders, and there's breeding projects I want. So if I don't come away with anything, I'll be looking at slings of juvenile females I've already got for future breedings, like I've been doing a lot recently. Or looking for males. I'm looking for more Avix, but I doubt there will be many. As you know, they're like a dime a dozen unless they're tiny slings.
Mm-hmm.
And you sent me that list, but I'd spent a bunch of money on spar spiders. If they're still around though in the next month or two, I might end up.
She's got a few still in there.
So we'll see after the Barnsley show to see how much money I've got. But I'm planning to go to London to see an old friend of mine that I've not seen in 8 years, even though we talk every single day and game each day. So I need to save money for that after Barnsley. Pretty ASAP. So, but yeah, no, I've got a list of things that I kind of want, but I'm going to be very selective. But if I don't walk away with anything, I might just nab the Biroops off Luke.
Yeah, they're a good price at the show price as well.
Or a couple of things off him and just try and do it like a big deal, because I know he's done a couple of deals on some things I've bought in the past when I've bought in bulk.
It's always worth having a chat with him. And the thing is also, he's like, if he hasn't got things or they're not listed on the site, he can. Chances are he knows where they are or can get them, or maybe hasn't updated the site and stuff. He's.
Oh, yeah. I'm slowly talking to him. I'm just like weaseling my way into the community. It'll be useful in the future.
He's always happy to chat to people and answer questions,
especially for breeding advice. You know, I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for that female to mature. I honestly think the male's going to mature before her, sadly. But still.
Oh, Jeremy, your one was beautiful, mate. Jeremy picked one up at Taunton, and it was just
I saw the video. I'm not even like, they're pretty spiders, but I've never like been really like, oh my god, I have to have them. It's just more that everybody else wants them, but like they are pretty spiders.
When you see them first person as well, though, photos don't do them justice.
I have seen them in person before.
Yeah,
and
they're just.
But it's just because of the lack of space and the spiders that I'm into, and it's like I'm being very selective about what I'm picking for the future, and that sort of stops me from buying like random gems of genuses that I've never like bought before.
Yeah,
because I'm being very selective and buying multiples of stuff. It's like I bought more Georingi. I got 2 females off Luke, and I've got like 5 slings. Same as the B classy, I've got a bunch of slings and the adult female. Like I doubt those slings will ever mature before the female passes. I really hope they do, because it'd be awesome to breed her. Because she was the first, I think, full-size spider I ever bought. I saw her at a show for 120, and I just nabbed her.
Yeah.
Like
Terry's watching us on Teller.
I see.
But yeah, definitely plenty of spiders that like I would easily pick up if I had the room and didn't have the plans I was doing, just because they look cool. But you know, if I definitely don't like see anything that like I immediately need or want or piques my interest, then I'll table and see what he still has left.
Will said, Ellie said to say Happy Mother's Day for tomorrow.
Yeah, the problem with the fruit flies is you get a culture, you buy a culture if you don't breed them yourself, and you've got like 10 slings to feed, and they'll take like 5 to 10 fruit flies, and then you have like thousands upon thousands of fruit flies, and they die within 2 weeks, and it's such a waste of money. And I've never bothered trying to keep cultures before. They usually just crash for me. So they're absolutely amazing for feeding little tiny slings, like as far as like ease goes, but like absolute pain to keep alive.
The tiny little Spirops that I've got, I was giving it probably 5 or 6 fruit flies at a time, but because it is really, really small. But it used to just take all of them at once. But I found that like the little tiny pinkies, if you you can cut a pinky up, and they go down.
That's what Luke was saying, because I literally, I'm kind of bad at this. I need to vary my live foods because I literally just have a dubia colony, and then I buy like the odd pack of locusts or crickets in like once in a while. But I've tried breeding locusts, I tried breeding crickets, and after I bred them, it put me off keeping them.
Yeah.
Locusts, you need to keep stupidly high heat, and they grow super quick. So by the time you even feed them off, they're like full-size adults already. And crickets, you need to keep the babies and the adults in completely separate like environments. Like the babies need way more humidity than the adults. And also in small things, crickets eat living shit out of each other, and they're disgusting and smelly, and they're horrible little things. I hate them with a passion.
Yeah, I've only got my dubias and my mealworms, but anything else I'll buy in.
I thought about mealworms because you can cut them up. They're a lot easier to crush than dubia. But like, I got a little tiny Hapalopus Columbia small. Well, it is just the small now because the Formosus is the large, from what I know. But that's like a pinhead. But like, I literally give it a pre-dead dubia twice the size of it. It still eats it.
Yeah. The mealworms.
As long as it recognizes it. As long as it's recognizes its food within
it's our channel tomorrow.
It can go horrible.
I'll be there.
The
awesome, good man.
Mealworms don't stink. They're all right. They're pretty good. And they're easy to breed, and you can leave them. And if you're in a pinch for anything you need that's tiny, you can always dig through the frass, and you've got like the tiny little babies and stuff. But if you go down a fishing tackle shop, you can normally get a massive cricket tub of like pinkies for like a couple of quid.
I need to find something round here. It won't be local. I'll have to drive for it, but like I'll have to try and find something similar because I do need to vary my food up. I'm quite lazy with that.
Yeah, dubias are good though. Good, like a lot of nutrients, so it's not a bad thing.
I need to get my colony sorted because my colony I've got fly issues. I just can't get rid of them. Like I get them down. I open the lid, get as many flies as I can out. I clean them again, put them in the food, and then within a couple of days, there's flies again. Because there's flies in my room, flies in enclosures, and then they just eventually get to a point where if there's like dead roaches or like food waste building up, they just breed like crazy again.
Yeah, you can use squats. Squats are pretty good as well, Philip. Like say, you've got I think there's 3 different types, haven't you? You've got the ones that become
pinkies,
the pinkies, the maggots, and the swats.
Yeah, I can't remember which ones are smaller though.
I think the squats are the smallest. I think.
Hey, Wolf.
Wolf, you don't have to apologise.
What's up?
Oh, it's no worries.
It's all right. Yeah,
it happens.
But
don't forget everyone in chat. Next week, for the first half hour, it's just going to be me doing a one-on-one, and then I'm going to invite people on after half hour. But I have got a guest on next week.
Okay.
So I don't know how that's going to go. It's my first time having a guest on, but we'll see. Hopefully, it'll all go well.
Nice one.
And she is well known.
Yes, Scott.
And she has got 57,000 subscribers.
It's good.
Hopefully it'll work out good.
And the good thing about the squats, the pinkies, and the maggots, doesn't matter what you go for. If you go to a fish tackle shop, they're all super cheap, and you get a load of them. And there's most fish shops now. The one around here is really funny. If I go down there and say, "Oh, can I have like a tub of the pinkies or whatever?" and it's like, "Oh, do you want casters? You want no, I want the pinkies." And they're like, "Oh," and it's like you'd say, "Oh, I'm feeding spiders." "Oh, you're one of those. You're one of those," because they get so many people now go in and they use them as live food, as opposed to instead of for fishing or stuff. It's hilarious.
Yeah, no, it's definitely if I start breeding, well, I'm going to attempt breeding. But if I enjoy the process of breeding and can cope with the breeding, then I probably will keep breeding after the first pair. But I'm going to try it out first, of course.
Yeah.
But if I keep breeding, then yeah, that's definitely a food source that I probably will be going for because it's just so much less hassle than fruit flies and other things. Squishing dubia roaches and chucking them in. But talking about breeding and slings and food and stuff. just the thought process of like egg sac numbers and smaller breeders is like, how do you feel about the ethical query of letting slings eat each other to reduce the numbers and improve genetics? Because I had this discussion with Jeremy about his trews, because he does it all the time with his trews, because he doesn't have as many sacs. And I thought, like, because so many people try and save all the eggs they can with tarantulas. And I was literally thinking about raising them in community and getting a couple, like, as soon as they start, like, cannibalizing, separating them after the first molts, but, like, purposely letting them cannibalize.
Some people leave them permanently in with their, even with the mum, like longer.
Well, I'm doing that with the versicolor because I've heard they're pretty good mums. I'm going to do that for the first time.
You also got to think of it that way, haven't you? The only ones that are going to get eaten are going to be the weak ones anyway. So if you took them all out and then you have that one that would have been eaten as the weakest one of the bunch, and you separate it, you save it, and then it's given to someone as a sling, chances are that sling won't make it anyway.
No, I mean, it's like, how long do you leave them? Because eventually it's like, well, okay, some of the weak ones will get eaten originally, but then after that, like, you'll end up with one big fat spider. So it's like, how it's just a weird one, because like I feel bad about killing all those slings, but at the same time, if I was going to be a small time breeder, I don't want to be having to sell those slings. I mean, obviously, before I even like pair them, I will be asking people, I'll be asking sellers. I know for a fact.
Are you welcome anytime, Claire?
I probably won't make money on it because I'll be selling them like dirt cheap and posting them away, and then probably keeping like 10 to 20 slings myself for the next generation.
Yeah. Thing is, like we were talking about it earlier.
You need to relax now.
We were talking about it earlier, and I don't think anyone will struggle to find someone to take slings off. I mean, like Scott was saying, Rads will take stuff. Christoph's always. Anytime anyone mentions in any of the Facebook groups about, I've got a list available, Christoph's always like, tell me. And then
but like,
Luke will take stuff. Local, my like Bugnut will take them.
Yeah, someone who starts often will end up breeding species that are easy to breed and commonly known breed. So like, that's the query, because it's like, they always say that, oh, you're going to make sure that you're like prepared to keep, especially like, it's the reason why I'm not going to breed any of my Nandu species. I love them. I've got juvenile females and adult female of them, but I don't want to breed them because the size of the egg sacs and how cheap they go for as well.
I'm looking, if depends on whether this one molts out as a female or not, because I haven't had a molt off it yet. But if I do it, I'll be doing my Carapoensis.
Yeah, I've got a large Colorato Velocis. I absolutely adore her. She's probably almost sub-adult-ish. Yeah. That's probably the only one I would maybe consider, because you don't see them as much.
Yeah, same with the Carapoensis. That's the reason why I was looking at those, because it's always the Tropepi and the Chromatus that are around and available. But when like the Carapoensis, you don't see those come up as much. Yeah, Luke comment stuff. Anything else he needs to see parents because of breeding? Yeah.
That doesn't quite make sense to me, Luke. Well, you mean take the common stuff?
It's basically no. I think what he's saying is he'll want to see the parents to make sure that there's no hybridization and things like that.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, if I might even do that. I might talk to Luke and be like, hey, look, whenever I breed an egg sac, would you be, have like a partnership? I'd give you them for fucking cheap, and that means I've always got someone I can pawn egg sacs off to, but then talk to him and keep in contact, obviously, because to be honest, I've probably been picking his brain on breedings when I get past like the first like initial. As I said, I'm doing this Carabiner because it's something I've been interested in, and if I can hack it and also enjoy the process, then I will continue breeding other things in the future.
When I paired the Avics, before I did it, I chat to Luke and his dad for absolutely ages about it, and then I had a chat with Dave Fisher for ages about it.
I'd love that.
And then literally, I started talking to Scott, and Scott's advice was just like the advice I took. It was just literally chuck it in, boom, done. And it's like as soon as he said it, I just about 10 minutes later, I was chucking the spider in with her.
Oh no, I've done plenty of reading. Like, I've done enough reading way before it. I've been reading about breeding like before I even considered it. I've been considering breeding for like the last couple of years. But yeah, it's still nice to like ask other people for advice and stuff. And obviously, when the things mature, if they mature out the correct time, which I don't think they will, but I'll be looking for another male or whatever when my female matures. I will be like looking for like specific things for like exact timings on Caribbean versicolors, and I'll be making notes so I don't have to try and remember everything. I'll actually write down notes on a pad before I even start to attempt to do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I'm kind of pissed off though, because I bought them as a pair, and I knew there might be potential that the male would mature out, but like it's just a waiting game. I want to breed now.
Yeah, luckily, I mean, I think it was just the stars were in the right position for me, because I was only talking to, I think it might have been Scott as well, and it was Mark A8 when we were down at Seas, and I'm like, yeah, I've got this female, and if I was going to do a breeding, I haven't really considered it, but if I was going to do a breeding, it would be the Avics, because I've got 2 females, blah, blah, blah. And I think Scott just turned around and goes, Luke's got 2 mature males on his stall. Go and talk to him. And it was like, has he? And it's like, oh, I might do. It's like, go and have a look now. And I went round there, and Luke.
Good night, Steve. Take care, mate.
See you later, Steve. And I did. I just picked him up there and then. And then about 2 days later, I was putting them in. So,
yeah, it's gotten so bad that I've literally been tempted to buy like an adult female sea versicolor just so that I have another female that's fully mature for my male. But it's like another 120 quid or something for
I'll tell you what. If you want a large versicolor, you need to speak to Chris and have a look at Creatures of the North, because they have verses at a good price at the moment, and they've had them at Seas, they've had them at Taunton, so they'll more than likely have them at Barnsley show.
I just feel like I've got like 2 juvenile slings, a male and a female, and it feels overkill buying just more for the sake of just.
No, they're a really good price, and obviously they're a good price because they're going to go up, because obviously they've been on CITES and stuff like that. So, but they're a very good. They're out of my price bracket, but they are a very good price for what they are. I know Scott's seen them as well.
Did you see how much
very
they were?
good price?
Night, Claire.
I paid 140 for a sub-adult pair.
Slightly less than that.
Right.
Less than that, but they are. They're a good price, and obviously it's unfair to sort of say what price they were, because obviously show prices vary, but compared to what they have them on the site for. But yeah, they were good.
Yeah, no. I also saw that So Many Legs got a Harpactira Dictator female on there, and I've got 2 slings of those, and I'm like, oof. I kind of was just tempted to buy it straight off the site.
Scott's comment there is actually like, I love that comment there where he's saying about taking 2 of the slings if my Avic does have an egg sac, because mates breedings are the best breedings. The thing is with it used to be in the hobby, you used to have all these like arachnid clubs, and the one down that run the Sea show, they still do it. But the Invicta Club, they have meetings, and then when anyone gets an egg sac, they take their slings in, and it's almost like people from the club will always have the slings off them and stuff like that. And it's almost like swapsies. It's pretty good. I like that, where people are sort of like, oh yeah, I've got this sling from I've got a Redunculus from Steve Thornton breeding thing he did, and it's always nice to have ones from people you're friends with, like have their bred spiders. It's pretty cool.
I mean, that's probably what I'd do. I'd probably end up giving away some slings to you lot anyways, if people asked for like absolutely nothing initially, like a show. Then keep back a couple for myself, and then any more I'd probably just sell on to a bigger breeder for absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it's such a cool thing having friends breed things. I won't say too much, but I'm sort of hoping that there's a breeding project with a person who's in chat that I'm just hoping they get success with it. I'm hoping if they do get success with it, it'll be cool to have a sling back. I've got 2 males that have gone out to different people, and if both of those are successful, it'll be really cool to have a sling. I don't want the males back or anything like that, but it'll be cool if a sling come back from a successful egg sac from that, knowing that it was my male that I've sent off to be bred.
Yeah, that's one thing. That's one thing I made a mistake of, because I wasn't really in the social side of the hobby for many years. Is that I had many mature males that I've had just like die and do nothing because I was too scared to send them out and post them.
Yeah, it happens. I mean, some people, if it's your pet, sometimes you don't want to part with it. It's like let them go through their life cycle. But at the same time, if you can find someone, then it's awesome to have that. I was very unsure about whether I wanted. Leah's got my Canberra guy, and I was very unsure.
I remember seeing that in chat.
I was unsure whether I wanted to part with the Canberra guy or whether I wanted to keep him because he's one of my first spiders and all this, that, and the other. And I sort of came to the thing. It's like
shady things.
And I just hope that project comes off because it'll be cool to
Better
have
late than never.
And someone else has got a different spider. I won't say what or who, just in case they want to do a video on it if they do something. But someone else has got something else from me that, if that does prove to be successful, I'll be proper made up with that. That'll be so cool for them and also for me for just being involved in it and being able to make it happen. But that's all I'll say on it.
I don't have many males anymore because when I first started, I bought loads of juvies. They all turned out to be males. I didn't want to breed, and then I just started buying juvenile females and slings, and now I have no males for the pairs that I want. And now I need males. I'd honestly prefer just to buy them straight off people.
Yeah,
I kind of feel weird about it, like sling loans and stuff like that.
I've got a few males.
You've got a few males. Yeah.
Yeah, you see been trip happy, didn't you?
Yeah. That's a big male as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big male. I think the biggest spider that I've actually physically seen is there was a female Trepepi, and I've never seen one this big, and that was in Bug Hut like a couple of months back. And this thing was an absolute monster.
You do get quite large. I've got a bunch of slings, but that's about it. But yeah, no, I've seen some quite large Nandus.
Yeah, which is why I sort of I'd like to see my my Colorado put some size on. It's a sub-adult, but I'd like to see it put some size on so I can actually justify it having its massive enclosure. But
I think I'm the same with my Colorado. It's in a 20 by 20 Komodo, and I wouldn't say it's a sub-adult. I'd say it's like large juvenile female.
Yeah,
but it's only molted once with me, and I've had it for about a year and a bit. 2 years. I can actually check. I've got a list.
I don't even know if mine's actually molted with me, to be honest. I got it at Seas last year.
It was the first Nandu I bought. It was just different. And then I bought a small Nandu Kamatas because they're just like classic stunning.
Oh, no. Yeah, it has molted once. I picked it up in January last year and it molted in
get better soon, Shady.
It molted in April. So it molted in April last year. So
when did I get this?
What about your males, Mark? Are you looking to sort of have them for going to breeding projects or just letting them live their lives, or what are you doing? I know some of it's difficult, isn't it, with some of them?
Oh, no, I've no idea, Matt. I really have no idea yet. I mean, I've got Sazamoy male. I've got me Trepepi male. I've got my Anamavilla Samika male. Tigruna was Ellie male. You know, so I've got a few males.
Yeah.
But I just don't know what I'm doing with them yet.
I just found out that Nandu Colorado Velocis I actually bought not that long ago. I thought it was way longer. I bought it on the 5th of the 11th, 2022, and it's molted once for me.
Yeah,
mine started last year, but
mine was in a mystery box, but it wasn't really. It was I had a adult female Arachnids, and I turned around and after sort of like explaining to the person that I got it from that I'd literally shat myself seeing this thing in the box. I said, can you swap it over for something without as much attitude? And so they said, yeah, not a problem. And because I hadn't got any old worlds at that point.
Oh, that's
and
nice.
Then, and I got and they gave me the sub-adult female Colorado Velocis instead.
I mean, yeah, that's just got about as much attitude in my opinion.
Exactly. But I'll tell you what, it was about half the size of this bloody hyena. That thing was so leggy. It was in this bra plast and it looked like it had been folded in half to get in the bra plast. There was no way I was going to go through, as my first old world, having that thing, lifting the box off of that. I probably wouldn't have even made friends with you lot because I probably would have jumped out of the hobby as fast as I jumped in.
I mean, that's the whole argument for beginner spiders. There's no such thing as beginner spiders. It's like, well, partially true, but there's ones that are a lot easier to take care of, a lot easier to feed. And also for people who are nervous in the hobby, there's definitely ones you should never get.
No, at that point, I was far too nervous to keep that spider, and it would have ended up bad. Something bad. I'd have gone to rehouse that, and something bad would have happened, and it would have been an awful experience.
I love my spiders. I'm absolutely fascinated with them, but I still, for some reason, to this day, when I rehouse certain spiders, I still get a nervous twitch and my muscles freeze up.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's just ingrained arachnophobia from years ago, because I know they can do things. Like, I know they're going to do things and they're capable of it, but it's still like intimidating sometimes.
I don't know if you saw in chat earlier, we were talking about jump scares, and it happens to everybody. Sean, who has been in the hobby for, well, years, he's kept spiders, hasn't he, Mark?
Yeah.
Absolutely years. He had a jump scare the other day with one of his slings and ended up dropping the vial. I had my Vietnam blue decide to run up my finger and I shat myself and flinched. It happens.
Everybody goes through it, no.
I got bit by a GBB.
Nice.
It was my first. When I first got into spiders, I came back with my ex from Exeter, where her family lived, back to where we lived because she was staying with us, and we got two along the way. And it was a Bia Hamori juvenile and a small Chromatopelma. And that was my first two spiders. They matured out male and died years ago, which made me really sad. But yeah, I remember packing them up because I had to move house. So me being the paranoid person, instead of just moving the enclosures, because I had like 20 or so spiders going to Peterborough, instead of just packing the enclosures and removing anything large, I literally removed all the spiders and packed them up in deli cups separately and then put them in a box. So before I had to move back to this, as well as moving back like things, I literally packed all my spiders up the night before. And my girlfriend at the time was arachnophobic. So when I actually got back...
No, Jeremy, take care, mate. Look after yourself.
To move the stuff, I had to unpack everything at like 2-3 a.m. in the morning and do like rehousings. But like, I don't know why I didn't just pack the enclosures and keep them separate. I had to like pack them in deli cups and transport them, and it was just so convoluted. I can't believe I did that shit.
No, Jerry. Yeah,
basically, it was one of those 20 by 20 spider shop enclosures, and I really don't like them because they don't.
Sorry, mate. I've just seen Scott's comment. Once you've had a livid adult female run up the tongs and sit on your hand in a threat pose, nothing comes close.
Yeah, fuck that, Scott. I mean, that's the reason why. That's the reason why I don't tongue feed anymore.
So
I've had that with a couple of spiders before running up my arms. Not quite as scary as that.
I had an enclosure about half the size of this, like half the diameter of this, with a lividus in it, and this thing is so small. But as soon as I went like this onto the lid and just moved it, it would do the wall of death like this. And I was like, I can't get the lid off to feed this bloody thing. I think I said to Scott, it's like, I don't know how to feed it because as soon as I go near the lid, it's just doing that. And the thing is with the lividus, that it's not even doing that. It's probably about 50 times faster than that. And I couldn't get the lid off.
You're laughing about this. I did this mistake. I got some Flamingochilus species Rufus off Luke a bit ago, and he went, "Oh yeah, these tubs would be great." I got packaging, and I put the cork back up, give them a bunch of substrate because they're fossorial, arboreal, whatever, and they've webbed right up, like the actual top of the enclosure is where the cork back is. So now, and they do the wall of death thing. They're constantly like, so I have to knock on them and scare them back into the burrows and lift the caps off and then water and feed them. And it's an absolute pain in the ass. It's like, I got the perfect setup, but like literally the opening of the hides are right where the fingers are, where I lift off the lid.
Yep.
And I'm like, you tit. But it's a nice little environment.
What did you have?
It's like when I was telling you earlier, Matt, with that Filipinos tangerine, and Sandra just picked it up because it was on its water bowl. I took the water bowl off to put it back, and as soon as I went to put it down to put it back, Filipinas was on my hand. You know, I thought, nice, here we go.
But yeah, they've made some insane web tunnels, which is really cool though.
I'll show you mine.
I do like that.
This is.
But
This
yeah,
is
no,
my
I've made
roof.
the mistake before.
I got this from Mark, and it is like that's its web tunnel at the back.
Nice. They are quite a shy species and pretty species.
It
so.
lives. You can't. I don't know if I'm going to be able to show this really. There's a down here. There's a hole just under here, and what it does is the cork bark's at the back, and it's made that tunnel all the way down there, and it goes underneath the cork bark, right underneath the bottom of the enclosure, which you can sort of see here, and it lives just there, and it comes out the front here from another web tunnel. But this one, I actually put it in this on my thumb because I completely forgot. I was saying to Mark, I completely forgot it was old world, and pulled it out the sling vial onto my thumb, moved it on my thumb and put it into here. And then when I was logging it onto my spreadsheet, it's like, oh yeah, that's an Asian one, isn't it? Oops.
I've got a few like that, Wolf.
I think actually the species Rufus, because they're quite a shy species, they're a good starter at Old World Arboreal because they're not as. That's the reason why I got them, because they're my first, and I just saw them cheap on the website, and I quite like the look of the females and stuff. So I thought I'd just delve and buy 4 slings, and because they're like they had a bit of size on them, they're like at least 3 to. Luke says 2 centimeter on the website. They're probably about 3 to 4 centimeter, to be honest.
Yeah. You've got to know that with Luke's underestimation of sizes, you know, anytime he talks to the ladies.
Oh yeah, I need to upgrade my B classy slings because like they're in little deli cup jars, and like I put too much substrate. Everyone complains about too little substrate, but actually recently with my slings, I've been putting too much substrate to the point that a lot of the Harpacteria slings are like just webbing on the top instead of burrowing down. And there's not enough room for them to really like molt. Like literally the height off the floor is about almost the height of the slings.
Too many people, when they see a fossorial sling, they can sort of like fill up 3/4 of the way with the substrate. And then when they come to do anything, they've got like...
I didn't do that with these, but these are a little bit more height. Nah, it's with the Georingi, the Bumba Club, the B Harida, sorry, not Kubloka. I still prefer Kubloka. Sack it. The B Kubloka to me. I like the name too much.
I hope so for you, Wolf. That'll be
and
nice.
then the B classes, I'm literally going to have to like remove them and remove some of the substrate and then put them back in until I can get some Brass tubs. Do they sell tubs and stuff like that at shows?
Yeah.
They should do.
I got a nice adult female classy.
Because I've put that off because I was gonna.
Nice.
I need a bunch of plastic tubs for slings growing up soon. So I was gonna do like a massive order from Spider Shop. But
Well, Mr. Renex.
Show, so there's no point.
Female, semi-adult.
Yeah, nice. But yeah, the JBB story. Basically, I was packing up to move, and like, I reached my hand in with tongs, and I was trying to like pull it out because those enclosures, the Spider Shop enclosures, they don't really have a lot of room to get like a cup in. So I had to try and get the spider out, and I basically put my hand inside the glass enclosure with a pair of tongs and like try to like scoot her out, and she ended up bolting straight up my bloody forearm, up to about here, fret pose, and she tagged me straight away.
You was on the live on Wednesday, weren't you, Mark? My live.
Yeah. I
had my OBT. I had the lid off, didn't I, of my Osambara? It's like just sitting there on the cork bark.
Steve, if I remember correctly, because I didn't quite write it down, I really wish I did write down the bite report because we need more of those. It was some swelling. I got some swelling and like general like it was a reasonably painful bite when it actually happened. Like it was, I think it was like a reasonably sized juvenile. But like the problem is I have chronic pain issues, so like the bite effects were a little bit worse for me than probably the average person. But yeah, I had some spasms and some weird nerve pain for a couple of days afterwards, and it did like rash up and inflame the bite area. But I pretty much like cleaned it myself. I antiseptic wiped it and cleaned it because best thing to do. But like I did have some tingling and numbness in the arm and some pain spasms up my shoulders and stuff. But I have nerve problems and chronic illness, so like it could be just that. So I'd probably say, I don't know, typical sort of New World bite.
You're welcome, Osman. I'm glad I can make you chuckle, mate. I think the comment got missed by many.
Yeah,
I
I'm really
remember
happy
doing
I
that.
watched you guys' videos on feeding and rehousing, because first time that happened to me, I was tongue feeding my scorpion, my first scorpion, the Arachnids australis. It's one of the top 5 hottest, and they can't climb glass. I was thinking it's okay. And I started tongue feeding, and the bloody thing come crawling up the tongues.
Oh, that's never a good thing, Trond.
It's I remember when I got my first scorpion. I don't know why, but I was in the mindset that these things are just evil death machines. And I picked up, and Connor bought a one off of Clayton Seas last year. He bought the Heterometrus solenus, and I was just like, I put the glass enclosure. I made sure that the lid had something on it. I had the vent right at the back because I was convinced it was going to chew through the mesh and come and kill me in my sleep. And I was so fearful of it. It was ridiculous. But yeah, now I've got that and a couple of others. I absolutely love it. It's like now I'm in there with my hands. I'm not bothered at all by it. You know, it's funny how you just grow with these things. But yeah, I do like them. It doesn't eat very often.
Did you watch that video when I rehoused that OBT and it bolted?
Yes.
And it landed on my leg.
Yeah. I don't know if Scott was it. I'm going to send you a video, mate. You'll like this. I'll send you a video.
I'm just waiting for the day that I get one bolting on my face. I don't know how I'm going to react.
Good night, Wolf. Take care. I'll have a good Mother's Day tomorrow.
Still a little bit nervous around the spiders, so I'm waiting for that day.
I hope it'll be a better day for you. Try and enjoy your Mother's Day.
Oh, shit. Yeah, it's Mother's Day tomorrow.
Yeah, I might have to do something about
that. I've got gifts. I just forgot what day it was. Wait. It's Saturday. Yeah, okay, yeah. It is Mother's Day tomorrow.
Don't have to thank me for anything, Wolf. Well, I shall be heading to the cemetery about 10:30 tomorrow, see my mum's grave and put some flowers on and see Sandra's mum's grave.
It's weirdly calming, isn't it, though, cemeteries?
I love them. They're so peaceful.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alice, precisely. I always have like slight nightmares and panic modes about that. Spiders escaping, just appearing in my room.
Talking of escaping spiders, I've got me a Balfouri communal video going at Wednesday.
Looking forward to it.
I guess you had some fun with that one, then.
I did.
It's the third video in his trilogy of Balfouri escapee videos.
Yeah.
But yeah, what bothers me about spider escapes is it's not necessarily like a spider on the loose. I'm scared. It's more like I don't want to lose my pet and die. And also, my parents would never forgive me. My dad would freak the fuck out.
Yeah, I had.
He wouldn't sleep in the house.
So
until I found it.
The only spider I've had 2 spiders do a runner here. Actually, when I wasn't expecting it to. Rehousing's different. Like when I do the rehousing, I'll do them in my bathroom. I have the enclosure, and then I have a massive.
I have a story about bathroom rehousings. I'm going to say after you've mentioned because I hate bathroom rehousings for a reason now.
But no, the only reason I do them in there is because we've got the tiled floors, the tiled walls, so everything's sealed, and we've only got a shower unit. So there's no sinkholes or anything like that. Everything's completely sealed, so nothing can get out. And I know that if it does escape or do a runner, it's in there with me, and there's nowhere it can go. So But I tend to have the enclosure, and then I have a big box that's probably about 4 foot by 2 foot with walls on it that I put everything in, so it's all sitting there enclosed. When I sort of have runners off in that doesn't bother me. But in here, I had I took the lid off.
Nice brown.
I took the lid off my GBB. Jesus. And the GBB, I turned around to get some food, and it normally sits on its webbing. And when I turned around, it was like not in the enclosure anymore. It's like, where the freaking hell's that gone? And it was just sat on the desk next to its enclosure. Behind it, I couldn't see it. But then the worst one is I had a little elegans, and when I got it and rehoused it for the first time, I did it downstairs in the lounge, and it ran off across the carpet. And these things are so small, I was like, didn't even know where I was going to find it again. Luckily, we did. And then the second time, when I had to do it, then it disappeared into the substrate and never saw it again. Then when I wanted to rehouse it again, as soon as I opened the lid, it just straight out the lid, just bolted, just launched itself like into oblivion across my desk. And it was like 2 a.m. in here, pitch black, and it's a bit chaotic in here. And that little elegans had just gone behind a load of the enclosures. Like, oh,
Are you fishing funds? Yeah, you do, mate.
The dwarves can be a little bit flighty sometimes.
oh, my pumpkin
They
patch.
do
I love
surprise
it.
you, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. I've definitely almost lost a couple of dwarves. But yeah, no, you're talking about bathrooms, about sealed walls. Well, when I first started keeping spiders, I think it was about my 8th spider, I think, and it was a Lasiodora species, like a juvenile. And like I heard, oh, spiders can run fast. I've watched plenty of videos. I've experienced it watching it, but I've never actually experienced it. And basically, I did it in a tub. In the tub, I was rehousing it in the bathtub. So it was multiple tubs upon tubs in the bathtub. And basically, when I pulled out the cap to like open it up, it literally bolted straight the fuck out over the tub I was rehousing it, over the plastic tub that I was doing inside, and onto the top of the bathtub. And it sat there for a second, and I like shat myself, and I froze, and I was like, okay, calmly get the catch cup. By the time I put the catch cup, it bolted underneath my legs up the bathroom wall. And I was like, oh, shit, fuck. I was like swearing because I was like nerves. And then I go to catch cup it again gently, and it bolts down between a gap in between the sink, down the piping. And I'm like, I'm going to have to say something to my mum and dad. And like, I told my dad, and my dad was freaking the fuck out. He was like in tears, being angry at me. And he's like, well, we got to do something. So me and my dad pulled away the skirting board very gently. And it took us like a good 2 to 3 hours. And we found the spider. And luckily it was curled up on the heat pipes that it crawled down the gap. And I was like, thank fuck. Because it could have went up the drywall and been anywhere in the house, and my dad would have never forgiven me.
The funny thing with some of those is when you see them do it, the worst place for them to go normally is pokies seem to do it, is when you get into the bathrooms and they go in the corner and they go into the right corner between the two walls, because then it's like you can't put a cricket tub over it on the corner, and you see an awful lot of people because then you've got the gap. They can't get the tub or the catch cup to the wall properly because they're sort of half and half on either of the walls. That's normally a good one to try and.
But yeah, after 3.5 hours of my dad shaking, swearing at me because he was like, "You got to block this off. You got to block this, do that." He wouldn't even let me go near the spider until everything was like secure. And I was like, "Dad, trust me." He's like, "How can I trust you when you let the spider go out?" And I was like, "It's not my fault. It just bolted out the tub. Like it happens." So after about 3 hours, we finally got it in the tub calmly and gently. And then my mum absolutely lost the shit because me and my dad had to do like a botch job on all the skirting board, and the skirting board's never been the same since.
My missus was like a little bit like that when we first got ours, and then realised it's like they're not going to kill you, so you know.
No, my dad's always scared of waking up one day with a spider on his face, and I still have that fear. I still have that fear of waking up with a spider in my bed, but I'm like,
who's the one who's got? There's someone in the community who's got a featherleg on the loose. They can't find it in their house. I'm not sure who it is. I can't remember who it is, but one of the featherlegs is out.
That's the reason why I won't get those spiders. I think, like, I've got some old worlds, like some, like the baboons and stuff, and like getting into old worlds. And it's like I could probably deal with those on the loose, but things like the HMAC and some pokies, I'm just like, fuck that.
I don't think if my featherleg got out, I would I wouldn't be going to bed until I'd found it. That's for sure.
Yeah, basically, yeah. I wouldn't be sleeping. And the problem
Because-
is, our house is really old and has loads of holes. My room's a complete mess, and there's holes underneath the spider racking.
Yeah.
So whenever I do rehousings, I have to be like pretty much safe. So if I can cup it as a million times as possible, if I can like put it in a bigger tub, I can, because I don't really have anywhere that's open space. So I have to do rehousings on my bed in a big large tub.
Did you see that rehousing I done, Max? With me Panther Centinius, big female.
Yeah, the puppy dog one. You just picked her up.
She's she was being really stubborn, so I got fed up of her being stubborn, and I just picked her up and moved her into her enclosure.
I wouldn't have the balls. I don't think I have the like. I do want it. Like I condone handling generally, but I've handled in the past to try and get over my fears. But like I do want to handle one of my spiders, like once in a while. But like none of them are chill enough to do. Like either they run away and kick hairs, or they give me threat poses. And it's just like I've never had the balls to go in like actually attempt to handle any of mine.
If I was gonna pick one of mine out, I would use the pulchra that hasn't eaten since May, only because it doesn't do anything. But the trouble is, if I go near it to just, you know, are you okay and all this and the other, it will bolt. It does, even though it's not. This is how I know it's not sort of dying its death, because you go anywhere near it and it's like
mine fret poses. My G Pulchra sling fret poses when I got near the enclosure.
That one doesn't do that. It's but I don't know. I'd like to, but my problem is because I know it's a little bit skittish with regards to me going near it. If I was going to do anything like that, I'd be more worried about it running off my hand.
Yeah, of course. There is that as well. As I said, either they're like too aggressive or too skittish. Like
I'd have to be sat on the floor. I'd be sat on the floor in the lounge, so it was a soft floor, and I'd have my hands on the floor, so that I was like there was no drop space at all. It'd be, if it was off my hand, it'd be off my hand onto the carpet as a walk.
I keep thinking doing it potentially with my brachy females, because I've got like the B alpha
Hey Simon, how you doing, mate?
and B classy, like sub-adults and adults, but like even then they're skittish, especially my B classy. My B albiceps kicks hairs non-stop and gives me semi-threat poses.
So jumpy.
And then my Amelia is really skittish, and my classy is like incredibly skittish. But the annoying thing about my classy, she's never burrowed. She just stays in the open, but as soon as I go near the enclosure, she just laps. And I'm like, God, for God's sake, make yourself a hide so you've got somewhere you can be comfortably sat.
I think my A-gem would probably be okay, as long as it had food in its mouth at the time. Give it a dubia and then do it. It'd probably be all right.
But yeah, no, I would like to, because as I said, I love the spiders. Like, I'm completely in love with them now compared to years ago when I was slightly arachnophobic. But it's like I still have that. Like, I don't know, it's just like base fear. Like when I do rehousings, I occasionally get like lock in my hands and I get a bit of shakes with my muscles, and it's like,
yeah, you can see the ends of the tongs going like that a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's good to have.
I'm like, what the fuck? I'm not even like scared. I've made the plan. I know how I'm going to rehouse.
It's good to have a bit of adrenaline going through your body because it keeps you focused.
And it's more annoyingly so because I've got the muscle issues as well. So sometimes I can't even like hold cups and stuff, and I have to walk away sometimes. And rehousings take a lot longer.
Do you remember the Pulchra video I did where it wouldn't come off of the plant pot, and I just moved the whole plant pot with it on? Well, that one now, because I was thinking perfect candidate maybe to handle a spider if I was going to do that, because the way she is, that thing, if I go, it's the fret poses all the time. You touch the enclosure, it fret poses. It will fold itself in half like an OBT fret pose, and that's just a stoler. It's just ridiculous.
Well, I've got some of my big spiders that do that threat pose as soon as you take the lid off, but then once I've sort of settled, I want to come and walk out onto your hand.
Yeah, funny, isn't it?
Yeah, just
I guess it's just an instant reaction. It's just like, hey, I don't know what's there, but like, bugger off, please. And then when they realise it's chill,
and then,
like,
as soon as you like going to do a water, like she'll be there. She'll come across. She'll start coming out of the enclosure while you're trying to turn turn the water in, and you have to put your other hand there to stop her coming out. And then as soon as she comes on my hand, I'll just put her straight back in. She's all right.
So I presume most of the time when you're feeding and stuff, you'll put food in and then you'll top the water bowl up, yeah, because they've got food. How many times do you end up topping water bowls up with a spot, and then a spider with a food with prey item in its mouth is over the top of the water bowl, getting soaked, and slapping the water jet stream?
I've had it a couple of me. This is the worst one for that.
They love it, don't they?
Yeah.
See, I don't do that. I don't feed and water at the same time.
Yeah.
I feed and water separate times. I just find it a lot easier personally.
I don't. We do that more now. When I first was doing them on my own, I used to just put the food in, and hopefully they wouldn't come over. But now, I'll just do the water first and chuck the food in. Because Sandra helps me a lot now with doing the waters and that and the feeding.
But yeah, no, I definitely, the first time keeping the whole water dish aggressiveness always used to shock me, but now I'm so used to it now. I purposely, if I'm going to put the spiders near a water dish, I will purposely drip water elsewhere so they bolt towards that, then I fill the water bottle because I just can't be bothered.
Normally the feeding sort of, at least they're distracted, they're doing something with it. Feed them. I don't feed them by the water bowl. It's just funny how much of them want to sort of come over even though they've got a gob full of food and still give you jip.
Yeah, the worst time is when you're going to lift the water dish out, they come running over and put their front legs on it, and then they don't want to let go.
Or they tip the water all over themselves because they do. The water bowl does that, doesn't it? Because they push on the bottom part. Yeah. So
yeah, crazy how they act. Some of them.
I usually find that if I'm doing watering, it scares them. So then feeding's a pain in the ass.
Yeah,
that often happens, especially with the slings and stuff. So, yeah, I mean, I might try it, like feeding them first and stuff. But I've always just fed them and watered them. But I'm not really on a schedule, which is my biggest problem. Like, I've got the collection needs fed, but I've been feeding like 4 or 5 a day instead. Because I just can't be bothered to deal with like feeding the whole collection in one go. But like, I do need to get back on a schedule again.
I've started to lengthen out the days between a lot of my slings, so it's a longer period between feeds. I find it's more appropriate. It means I can feed more in one go.
No, I was thinking of doing like Monday and Thursday for feeding and watering, and like watering the slings one day, feeding the adults and juvvies on the same day, and then swapping them around the next day.
Yeah.
And then anytime I check, because I'm pretty much always in my room, I feed when I see something that needs feeding or watering.
I do believe feeding once a week.
But now that I'm getting a larger collection, I do need to get on a schedule, and that's what I struggle with a lot. Because
with the feeders I'm using, I'd rather feed my slings like I feed them like I know some people say twice a week for slings and all this and that, but I find mine tend to be okay with what I'm giving them, and I'll do them maybe 6 or 8 days. Just it works better for me.
See, I feed them.
That works with me as well.
I feed my slings like once every 2 weeks, maybe.
Yeah, these people who have got the tiny slings and they're like, "Yeah, I'm doing twice a week." It's like seriously.
Yeah, especially to give them bigger prey items, because I often do. Especially since I like pre-kill like dubias for like the smaller slings. They literally, as I said, they'll get a fat ass, and I'll leave them for like a month and just water them once a week, and they'll be fine. So the grown-on slings, like the G-ring and the big classy, the big classy I haven't even fed because they're fat as shit. I haven't fed since I got them, since Luke gave me, and I don't see the point. There's one that's a little bit skinny, and I threw a roach in, and unfortunately the roach burrowed itself. So I'm leaving it for a couple of days and see if it can find the roach, and I'll have to end up digging the roach out, I think.
Yeah, Alice, that's what I do. I mean, my checklist is like, if it's, say, for example, 8 days between, if it's 8 days and I look at it and its backside is big, it's like, okay, you're getting skipped today, and I'll look again on you in another 8 days. It's not like I don't just feed them because it's feeding day. I'll feed them if they need it, but I'll do it on that distance. So, you know, some of the slings might not get fed for a month, you know.
Yeah, I did that initially, but I found that I was underfeeding and underwatering slings.
I'll still go and water them. I'll still go and water them on the schedule, but.
And I had a couple like death curls, which I managed to save with some vials and waters. So now, like with slings, I pretty much try and feed them on a schedule. Everything else, though, I go by abdomen size.
It's difficult though, because when you've got ones that look like raisin butts, you don't want to be feeding them because you don't want them to impact and not be able to molt.
Oh yeah, no, I mean just saying like in general, if they've got stupidly sized carapaces, like more than twice the size.
Kale,
Yeah.
Kale gave me a Bohemian and a Ratum, and the Bohemi, its backside is like, honestly, if you imagine if I do a comparison size, if its carapace is the size of a football, then its abdomen's the size of Jupiter. It's just ridiculous. It's like it's so fat.
Overfeeding underwater. Yeah, I mean,
just water, that's fine. Trond.
Yeah.
How big are these Metallicas you're looking at getting anyway?
It doesn't say.
And would you be tempted to separate them and have them in, like, is it 4? It's 4 of them, isn't it?
It's 4 of them. It says it's slings. It's 4 of them in a 20 by 20 by 30. And it also says 1 is confirmed female, 1 is confirmed male.
Yeah. I'd be tempted, but I'd probably also be tempted to separate them as well.
And
Yeah, it was.
I had me regardless as a communal, but once I reached like juvenile stage, I separated them.
Yeah.
The thing with communals, I hate them personally. Even the Balfories, it seems forced because if you remember rightly, I think in the Balfory they're not even communal in the wild, and you don't really get pairings that common in communes. And anything else besides Balfory is just like it's a gamble and it's a forced communal, and I just
Yeah, I mean, if I was spending the sort of money on Metallicas that you'd be buying for 4, I'd want to make sure I had 4 healthy spiders long term. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I just
it seems like a good deal though, Trond. I mean, if you can get 4 enclosures and you can get them, it might be a good one to get, and then maybe separate them out and have 4 lovely enclosures with 4 lovely spiders in there.
Yeah, because I can get all 4 of them, and it says. I have to check again, but it says. Where did it go?
I agree with you, Scott.
It also says because the enclosure they were in was a 20 by 20 by 30, but he was going to keep that. So if you wanted, you could get a 30 by 30 by 45 with 4 slings.
Yeah, I mean, if they're slings, I'd probably be tempted to go with 4 small enclosures and have 4 different ones. But if the price
if I get the 30 by 30 by 45 with them, I have something to put in it, so I just take it home and.
Yeah.
I'd still, get the enclosure with it. But I would think about separating them.
Cheap enclosure.
I separate them.
The other option you've got, isn't it, is to buy, if you had it and you have the 30 by 30 by 45 and you manage to sell that at a decent price, it's 4 very cheap slings.
Yeah.
So it says the sling size in that size enclosure. That's a bit crazy.
Yeah, but it's the hobby in Norway. It's
small.
Yeah, and if they say slings, it can be from itsy bitsy tiny things to 2, 3, 4, 5 centimeters.
Right. So don't
So
actually
you
say
just
say the sizes. That's unfortunate.
I bought my Avik as a sling, and it was 4.5 centimeters.
Yeah, that's more like a grown on here, I'd say.
Yeah,
I agree with you, Scott. Feeding sling twice a week and increasing temps increases growth rate and reduces life expectancy.
I mean,
why would one do that?
I'd never feed a sling like more than once a week. Like that's like extreme. Again,
It's
as I
ridiculous, though. A lot of the advice from the big channels, not necessarily UK channels, but you see them, and it's always like, "Yep, feed your slings twice a week." Blah blah blah. It's like
it's
out.
I've never fed any of mine twice.
as a general rule, when I say to newbies, as a general rule, not actually like strict. Feed slings 1 to 2 weeks, feed juveniles 2 to 4 weeks, and feed adults once a month.
Are you Glacier Shark? How you doing?
My Sturmy has been getting food once a week, and that's only because the food items I'm giving it are slightly smaller items.
This is
So
another discussion I was literally about to say. It depends on the food items you're feeding, the size.
I mean, it's getting dubia, but it's not getting huge dubias, and I'm trying to I don't want to I'm trying to bulk up its abdomen a little bit because it does need it, but not. I don't want to do it in sort of like have a 10-course meal right now type deal.
Yeah, because that's equally unhealthy. It's the same as when you're conditioning females for breeding. Like people think, oh, you got to feed your female before breeding so it won't eat the male. So they'll end up like spending like a week or two just feeding them loads out of nowhere. When like conditioning means like feeding the female over like 6 months or so. Like slowly fattening them up to make them a nice healthy size. And that's the issue. It's just the word's lost in translation, I guess.
Hope you're well, guys. Yeah.
Thing is, everyone talks about feeding schedules, talk about what they feed and all this and the other, but at the end of the day, there's so many different prey items with different sizes. Everyone's ambient humidity in their house is different. The temperatures they have and all this and the other. It's just
why I've got temperature gauges for my room, around my room, so I know what humidity is my room at. Because when I didn't have artificial heating, I have mold issues on the inner wall because it's a lime house. My dad did lime puttings over winter, so a lot of the moisture's come in. So I now have mold in that back corner there, which I've tried to get rid of. I can't use bleach or anything because of the spiders, but I've wiped it down and got rid of it. But since I put artificial heat in it,
2 days.
it's gone from my room was sat at like 75% humidity without any like external heating on, and now that I've got artificial heating on because of winter most of the time, it's now sat at 40% humidity. So now I've had to up my watering because, as I said, I had a bunch of slings that were death calling, the Georingi, and I spoke to Luke and he went, "Yeah, those species tend to like it a little bit more moist," and I was like, "Ah, shit, I thought they were like dry and stuff." And now that I've watering them like twice a week, the slings, they're like doing great now.
That's crazy.
Because of that drop. It's that drop in humidity I had because of the artificial heating as well. Now that I've had to like start watering a lot more.
Trouble is, over winter, people have radiators on, central heating, oil rads, and all that. You do lower your humidity in your house.
But that's why I've got a humidity and temperature gauge. I've got 2 of them that I move around depending on how I feel, but they measure the humidity and temperatures over 24 hours. So they just reset every 24 hours, so I can sort of see what the temps have been overnight when I've had the rad on.
We were having this discussion earlier, Mark, weren't we, before we came on?
Yeah.
I've got in this room, I have 5 different thermometers and stuff around different parts of the room, but I've got 2 of the same brand across different sides of the room, but then I have 3 different other brands, and the reason I've got that, different brands, different things, they all vary slightly with what they say the humidity in here, but as an indication, just here I've got one and it says it's 44%. The one that's just here to the side of my head here says it's 55%, and the one at the top up there says it's, can't even bloody see that, 48 up there. So I think it's safe to say that it's about 47, but it's they vary. There's 10% between 2 of them.
Hmm.
And I actually have a dehumidifier as well because of the mold issues. But now that I've put on artificial heating, I don't need that anymore. And in fact, I may need a humidifier as well.
That's actually crazy, though. I know the person who had siblings to my curly hair, and they had mature males whilst yours was still juvie because they fed every 2 days. That's just ridiculous.
Every 2 days,
That's ridiculous. Accelerated growth.
There's some guy on the Facebook groups who posts about like handling and his spiders love him. And then there was a post about a G pulchra which he had from like a small sling, and it became like a mature female within like 3-4 years. and everyone was calling him a complete liar. And he had like the logs and everything. And then he did like a post because he's handling them. He was like pinch grabbing them. Like it was really shitty behavior. But basically, the guy had been feeding this sling like every like twice a week for years, and with like temps of 28 degrees and above or something. And he got this G pulchra like from like a sling to a full grown female within like 3-4 years.
If I thought that I could
That's like-
extend
that's
my
fucking
life by slowing down how much I ate a day, I probably would. And if I could extend the life of all my pets by slowing down how much food I gave them, I would.
The only thing that I do
get
now
it.
is very, very small slings. I will feed them a lot more regularly and on a schedule because I want them to get out of that initial delicate stage. But once they've got a bit of grown on size, like 3-4 centimeters, then I stop and just feed them like I normally do. That's the only thing I did. I tended to underfeed slings and underwater slings, and I had a lot of problems because I was used to keeping adults, and I've only started like keeping lots of slings recently now.
Shady, my pulchra, I've mentioned it a few times. My pulchra, I got it in February last year for my birthday.
Let me check.
It molted in April last year. It last fed in May last year, and it's only about, I don't know, just under 4 centimeters maybe, and it's still got a fat backside. They're crazy little things. But I know that that's nothing. I mean, talking about size-wise and growth rates, I know Scott always brings up his bicolораtum, which makes me laugh because Jeremy sort of gifted me a slightly larger one. But yeah, that is you want to see something slow growing and not do much in a long time. Bicolораtum. I think Scott's had his 3 years or something, and it's still like tiny.
I've had my G pulchra sling since February of 2017, and it's molted twice with me, and it's still like, I'd say it's grown maybe 0.5 centimeter.
Yeah.
Last molt was 251 days ago.
I offer prey items to my pulchra once a month now, and it hasn't touched. It's just not even shown any interest in the prey items since the 24th of May last year. It's just not bothered. But I've had it out on the lives, like when I've had the lives up, and people are going, "Oh, it still looks really healthy. It's got a real nice, coloration, and the hairs look good on it, and all this and the other." And it moves around quite happily. It's just a bloody thing.
Freakish metabolism.
I have a good success rate with slings. Yeah, I have raised a few from like 1 centimeter slings up to adulthood.
Yeah.
So
it's one thing I'm trying to do a lot more of because I just was put off by slings. But yeah, no, I definitely do want to start raising a lot more, especially if I'm going to breed, because I need to know how to look after slings if I'm going to have slings.
It's a satisfying.
Chris.
It's a satisfying experience as well. I mean, I think Mark, that's why I was saying to you, like, I don't think you should beat yourself up about the ones that you had. We had those few losses, like with them over, like,
yeah,
because your success rate versus the loss rate is still a positive, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Emily, sounds like my ex will eat anything.
Bloody hell, Chris! Fetched a drink. Where'd you go for it?
Oh, that's cool, Alice. I mean, I didn't do
Feeding
that.
day tomorrow. It's easy to see.
I bought some cheap juveniles when I first started, and most of them turned out male. So I got very pissed off and started only
That's
buying
true, Alice.
juvie females. And then I bought some slings, and then just had like really bad death.
Scott.
So I stopped buying slings.
I can't, Scott. I can't.
Oh, fair enough.
He's done me. He's done me. Oh
But
dear.
I think with all the little tiny slings I've bought, I've always had at least one die on me. Because the Nandu Trapepe slings I've got 4 out of 5. The Bumba Klaboka slings I've got 4 out of 5. The Giaringi I've got 4 out of 5.
I had one spider pass away through DKS, and that was my first loss, and that was horrible because I actually managed to aid it for about a month. And it was looking like it might molt, and then it just passed away. But every other spider I've lost so far has either been a bad molt, or there was one that sort of looked like it was impaction, my Doridae, but the other ones have always been bad molts. My Pulchripes was a bad molt, and I've only lost one other, and that was a bad molt. Oh no, an old age with a mature male havoc. But yeah, I've not had anything with regards to slings just randomly passing away at the moment. Touch wood.
I mean, this was like I bought them at a show, came back home, and the next day they died.
We had that with a millipede, but the people who actually put it in the raffle probably shouldn't have put it in the raffle because it looked like it was dying before it even got
I remember that, which is why I'm saying I hate buying small slings off dealers now.
My very first
I think they're just too weak for shows, for the transport there, transport back, and it was just like, yeah, maybe really, really sad.
My very first bite off a spider was a Orangi adult.
The feisty, I love them. The two Joffy.
Well, what it was, I was going to do a rehouse on it for Peter Webster. Never been bit by a spider until that rehouse. Opened the door, come bolting out, went straight on my arm. His wife was there, said, "It's on your arm." I says, "I know. There's much I can do about it." And she said, "It's biting you." I says, "I know, there's not much I can do about it." Oh, and then he just went off as calm as anything. Got it in a catch cup and put it back.
Yeah, no, I adore the Georingi, but like, it was painful for me because I got a sub-adult female from Spider Shop years ago for like 70 quid, which is like so cheap now. I can't believe the prices of them now. It's crazy, but
yeah, it's gone up.
That was such a feisty one. She was about 7 inches, pushing 7 inches, I think, and I loved the color, very feisty. And then it became incredibly like slow and sluggish. So I was like thinking, oh, pre-molt, because she's refusing to eat, she's been slow and sluggish. And then like it was about a month later, she's still being slow and sluggish. Then I went away for the weekend, and I came back, and she was death curled in the water dish. And I had literally picked her up with my bare hands. She was still moving, but I could pick her up with my bare hands. And to see such a feisty spider be that dead and limp was absolutely heartbreaking. And anyways, I did an autopsy on it because I couldn't think of anything that did wrong. Humidities were good. I give them plenty of water. I tried feeding them multiple times for the months beforehand. And then when I went in, I peeled back the abdomen, and she had like a large cyst-like lump on the buck lungs. And I asked people around, and people were like, it could be this, could be that, but like it's very rare. Like they were saying, like a lump, a growth, or like internal damage and a bad molt maybe. And it's like it didn't molt with me since I had it, and that was like it was like I cried in tears with that one. I think it was the first tranche of death that actually made me like visibly upset for like weeks on end.
Oh, I was gutted about my dictator because whenever you know full well there's something wrong with a baboon if you're able to pick it up with your hands, turn it over, put water on its fangs and put it back. But I was doing that every day for about a month, and it started to improve, but it's sort of like that, you know, where a lot of people when they're really terminally ill, they have almost like a second wave
leash of life, yeah,
and then
you
they
always say
pass.
that. Yeah,
and it was the same with what happened with that one.
No, I've had similar with some spiders before as well. I had that one with my N-Incy Gold. I've still got my normal Incy, but my N-Incy Gold, it was dehydrated, and I fucked up. Basically, it had webbed up its water dish a million times, and the time I sprayed it, it obviously hadn't come out and had a drink. So it'd been a while since it drunk, so I found it death curled. I put its fangs in the water dish because I literally picked it up limp, and it was still moving, but it didn't like try to bolt or bite me or anything. And I put it in this dish. I went to the gym, and my mum told me that your tarantula's going mad because it was running laps and it was like back alive. And I was like, oh, holy shit, because I thought it was just dead, like dead. And it recovered from the water dish. And then the next day, it just passed.
Yeah.
And I was like, are you kidding me? Like, I fed it, I watered it, it recovered from the death curl. I was so happy about that. And then it just died the next day randomly. I was like, it was just such a weird death. Yeah, essential oils absolutely suck or anything like that.
Any of you guys want to see the most annoying thing in my collection?
Is it
Sure.
Mark?
Yeah, let's have a look, Trond.
Shut off, mate.
Is
I
it,
haven't
is
seen,
it
I
that
haven't
one?
seen any of your collection.
No? Let's see.
But yeah, I had that exact year. I had a bunch of females die from random lumps in the book lungs. That really upset me. I asked around and no one could tell me what was going on. Ooh, that's cool. I can't see the label.
The label is wrong, so don't mind the label.
Okay. What is it then, Tron?
This is Heterometus species Laos.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I know them. I'm not so familiar on the scorpions with the scientific names, but I
It
do know
does
the
this
genus.
every Saturday because I feed on Sundays. So it comes out, it knocks on the glass.
Oh, is he making quite a loud knocking noise?
Yeah, he's running laps around all Saturday because he knows it's feeding time tomorrow.
That's crazy.
That's a beautiful looking scorpion, though. It's really nicely slender and long, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think we need to see more of your collection, Trond.
We do.
Yeah, I need to start making videos when I just get in my confidence and start giving a shit about my voice.
Just make a shot. Just make shorts, man, on Instagram.
Tell you
or
what,
YouTube.
what'll break the
Start
ice, Trond, is jump on one of the lives and do like I'm sure any like Scott,
Live feeding.
myself, or Mark and all that. Jump on one of the lives and just do go around and do a collection tour with your stuff, because then you haven't got to worry about recording it or saying things. You just show your collection off, can't you?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe I do that.
Yeah, it'd be cool.
I would do that if my camera was a lot better, but my webcam's absolutely dog shit quality. Phone might be better for up close.
Yeah, I'm not satisfied with my webcam. I bought one brand new. It's supposed to be 4K.
Oh, okay.
Nope.
Do you know what?
No, mine's just a random one I found in like a tray of cables and shit in my dad's computer
you're
room.
saying about your voice, Trond, and the fact that like you got to get over sort of giving a shit about your voice on video and all this and the other when you're talking. The one thing I will say is when you look at someone like Mark Tarantula Huller, he's probably got one of the coolest voices on any YouTube channel. It's like, honestly, the European voices, Norwegian, Scandinavian, the Polish, all that.
Oh, yeah.
Most people can quite happily listen to those accents all day long, so I wouldn't worry about that.
Yeah, it's just I hate it myself.
Yeah, but everyone does.
Everyone hates their own voice.
I hate editing.
Everyone hates their own voice.
Oh god. Yeah.
Especially recorded, because obviously, like, your voice doesn't sound like your voice when you're speaking. It's completely different. When you record it, it's like holy shit for the first time.
Yeah.
I remember having to do some presentations for like a college project on music theory and stuff when I was in music, and I had to record it like a seminar as well, and I had to watch it back and all this sort of stuff. And Jesus Christ, I think that was the first time I'd ever like watched myself talk and speak, and just the mannerisms and like the sound of my voice was so effing cringy. But I soon got over that because I had to like sit down and edit the video like God knows how many times for the project.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where you just do it and get over it.
Fonzie, we've got dogs downstairs, but they don't come up anywhere up here, and no one's allowed to go near the spiders or anything like that until they've literally washed their hands thoroughly, at least with soap and all that a couple of times. And as far as the beard oils, I literally have stopped using beard oil just for that reason. I was like, as you can see, it doesn't sort of sit nice and smooth anymore. But yeah, it's just because I don't want the oils up here.
Yeah, I'm very paranoid about that. I made my mum and dad use those tablets for flea things for the dogs because they didn't want any oils or sprays, and we've got a cat as well. But like, my bedroom stays like locked, And if anyone's been spraying stuff in like the bathroom upstairs, I like keep the bedroom closed and I like have a go at my parents. I'm just super paranoid. I've heard of people's collections dying from downstairs neighbors getting their house like flea bombed, and they didn't know anything about it, and their entire collection died. In fact, on one of the tarantula groups, this lass was so distraught because she just basically lost her entire collection over time because basically she had an abusive ex. Her ex purposely sprayed the tarantula collection with deodorant and didn't give a shit. She eventually left him with support from the group, but over time her entire collections just died.
Oh, that's awful.
She's went from 80 tarantulas to like 7, all death curl, DKS, all sorts of things, just from an abusive ex. And you know she can't sue him for animal problems, but she's trying to get like a list together of damages. I can't remember what it is when abusive relationships like something damages, because she can't really do it for like animal abuse because they're tarantulas and stuff, which is really, really sad. But yeah,
I don't understand people who can do that.
Well, there's just gaslighting and manipulative. It's, you know, it's common narc behavior, destroying people.
I know it's common more common than I really want to admit, but for abusing your partner.
But, I mean,
what have the tarantulas done? I mean, come on.
Well, a lot of people hate tarantulas, so they don't see it as a big deal. So, I suppose if you're an abusive ex, destroying someone's collection probably would. Yeah.
Are you, Thomas?
I'm just glad she left him, but she has to be reminded by
Scott,
that.
Don't let me secret out.
With her collection dying, it's just I just see the posts every so often after she left him, and she's just like done an update post of like this one died, that one died, and it's like, yeah, there's like subtle abuse, and then there's people who do that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's I can't understand how it's possible.
There's a lot of evil people in the world.
Yeah.
But I always do that thing of like, oh, well, screw your spiders, or like they're dangerous. And I go, oh, well, I'll just go come over and kill your dog then.
Yeah.
It's only a dog.
Yeah.
And then people are like, oh my God, it's like, what's the same shit? It's still my pet. Like, I can understand if you dislike it. Like one of my exes absolutely was arachnophobic, and she would occasionally say that she'd threaten to kill one if it got out.
No, Thomas.
But she would never like go so far to like say she'll kill them and stuff. And whenever there's a spider out, she would get me to come get them out instead of killing them.
I had to give up trying to even engage with comments. That TikTok video, it's got just under 20,000 comments, and I think I probably deleted about 4,000, which were either shoot it, burn it, step on it, or you know, whatever. In the end, it's just like, well, you can't engage with them. It's just block.
But you get the other people as well, Matt, who are like, oh, well, no wonder it's pissed off because you kept it locked inside a tiny cage all of its life, or they should be in the wild. You get those sort of comments as well. Like they think they're helping, but they're not.
No.
But I can see that more than like just kill them and stuff.
Yeah, that sucks, Scott.
Yeah, my father, he's really, really arachnophobic, but he still visits, even when I have scorpions and tarantulas. But he always said, if I get snakes, I don't see him ever again.
My mum's very scared of spiders, but she's still been in this room and actually looked at all the ones in the enclosures, which I was absolutely like gobsmacked by, because this woman's like, you only have to show her a photo of a mouse on your phone and she freaks out, but spiders she's so scared about, and she's just started to like come in here and have a look at them. So
that's the one good thing about having a lot of spiders, Matt. You don't get visitors.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
no, my
people
dad.
say I'm never going to come round your house while you've got all those spiders. It's like, good, I'll get another one then.
Would I be like that with you, Matt?
I
can
tell
understand.
people all the time I keep spiders. It just weeds out the weak people.
Matt, I'd welcome you with open arms.
Yeah, exactly.
I can understand my father too, because when he was a kid, a lot of his friends and him, they
I'll just have to go on mute for a minute, mate.
were afraid of spiders, and the teacher in their school wanted to cure their arachnophobia by showing them the movie Arachnophobia. Scared the shit out of them.
So, see, that this is what most arachnophobia comes from. It either comes from learned behavior from parents, or older brothers bullying them by showing younger kids like scary movies with tarantulas.
Yeah.
So if you're a parent who's got kids and you're arachnophobic, try and not show it around the kids, because most kids, to be honest, absolutely adore bugs and love bugs and have no problem with them.
Yeah, I have a son. He's 14 now. He loves them.
Oh, bloody hell, do you? Who was that?
But yeah, no, when I was younger, I wanted to be an entomologist, and I was studying for that actually. But I had 2 incidents that made me arachnophobic. And one was a black widow egg sac, because I used to keep shrews because my parents would let me keep tarantulas. I bred them, got a pairing, and I run downstairs excitedly with the enclosure, and I slipped and fell and broke the enclosure, and I had hundreds of baby black widows crawling all over me at about the age of 12 or 11. And then I went to one of those zoo experiences with the tarantulas.
Good night, Aaron, mate. Thank you for staying with us. Really appreciate it.
And basically, my dickhead mate in school when I was about 13, 14 decided to blow on the tarantula, and it bit me. At this zoo thing. So I developed arachnophobia from that, and then I went into music instead, and that was my biggest focus for many years until I left music college. And then I met this girl who I was with for 2 years, and she lived with my parents and me for quite a bit, and she was an animal lover. And we basically just went around zoos in the UK, and she slowly cured me of my arachnophobia. And I got
Oh, dude, that's disgusting. Sorry, mate.
I got a leopard gecko from a rescue, and then I bought 2 juvenile tarantulas, and that's what started it about, I think, 8-9 years ago. Yeah.
Take care, Aaron, mate.
And I've slowly cured my arachnophobia, but I still have shakes occasionally when I rehouse, which is super annoying. But I really, really wish I kept up with the studying, and I really, really wish I did like biology and went on to do entomology. I'm on the lookout for like courses like that, and it is tempting to maybe start studying again, but feels a little bit too late at the age of 28.
Yeah, I feel the same way, because it would really be fun to do something, because I absolutely love scorpions, and I would like to travel and study them and all sorts of things, but I'm too old to start school again.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, because of my health issues, I can't really do too much, and I'm trying to build a life back after living back with my parents again, after splitting up with my ex. So it's like, I wish I could do a lot more, but like, my collection it's enough. I often am jealous of like people's large collections, and I'm jealous of like Jeremy breeding his shrews and getting egg sacs when I just want to breed and do things, and all these cool people in the community. But I've got to remember that like a lot of the spiders I've got now, even though I've got a small collection, I wanted them for years. And I finally have like a spider collection in my room, just like behind me. And a lot of the times my head gets in the way of that, and I keep forgetting to like appreciate what I've got.
Thanks for the offer, Michael. No, thank you.
And like I do study, I do read up, just not as much as I'd like to. And I don't have a degree and stuff, but like I'd say that I am an arachnologist or amateur entomologist, because like I like to study them. and I like to read up about them. You know, I keep them and stuff. And
Crazy and disgusting, though. Really
I
is,
definitely
mate.
am planning to do more things in the future in whatever way I can. So, if, you know, I can't get a degree in biology and entomology and go traveling. The next best thing is I keep them in my room and breed them and look after them and record their behaviors.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's I often forget that, but you know, a lot of the spiders I have in my collection I never dreamed I'd be able to keep. And at one point I didn't think I'd ever be allowed to keep a tarantula. But you know, eventually my dad turned over and let me get them into my adult years. So, you know, it's cool, it's awesome. But yeah, no, definitely I'd love to do some more. I am on the lookout to see if there's any like biology courses and stuff that are worth the money or not. But for now, I'll just keep my little menagerie and
Hi, Sally. How you doing?
looking after them, feeding them. Matt's updating his OnlyFans.
Matt's updating his OnlyFans.
Yeah, spiders do be expensive.
Most I've ever paid for one was at a last show. £150.
Was that Taunton?
Yeah.
130 for my B classy. And then I paid 135 for a pair of C versicolor.
Nice.
But yeah, that's the most I've spent. I'm still. It might change next week though at Barnsley with the biroops.
Mine is, I've got a joint. The joint ones, my rosea and my sturmy cost the same.
My Intinius was 110.
But the rosea was a confirmed female, so I wasn't too worried about it.
I've also paid a lot more recently for slings. Like I paid like 40 quid for like slightly grown on slings of some species, which is a bit of a step for me. It was like, oof, 40 to 50 quid for a single sling.
Thing is,
Well,
don't want to do anything
look what,
when you know the undersizes. Well, say undersizes, he just doesn't update the sizes of his spiders.
Yeah.
By the time you get it, you know you're getting a little bit bigger, don't you?
good night, Brian. Take care, mate.
Hi, Brian.
It's like the Harpactira Dictator and Baviana slings I've got. They cost me a little bit of money. But unfortunately,
Caffreyera, whatever they're called. Is it Caffreyera?
Yeah.
If my mate gets an egg sac on them, they're going to be so popular.
I know. I've already seen the posts, and like you don't find them in the UK, so I would like to get slings off of them, but I doubt it's going to happen because they'll just be sold out. But
He's he doesn't live too far from me, so I'm going to I'll be hassling him.
It's one of the baboons that I just like love to have, but he's doing the right thing because you don't see them in the UK at all. I've seen a couple in Europe. A couple of people have them in Europe and stuff in America, but UK very, very hardly seen.
Yeah. Sorry, I just got to go on mute a sec again.
No worries. But yeah, my Harpactira, I think it's the Baviana sling. One of them's got. It looks like DKS, but I'm not too sure because it's not like twitching, moving, but it's like slowly moving around the enclosure. It hasn't really eaten, even though it's got a big abdomen. But I think it's either slight DKS or the legs are broken. I think like the two back legs are like weak and broken.
No, Scott, it was the Amphibetus ultramarinus.
But yeah, I hope to God I can mold that one out because if I lose that, that would be a rare loss.
Are you grocerying for BTS, Sally? Nice.
Yeah, maybe next year. Hopefully, maybe next year.
What's that, Tron? BTS?
Yeah,
Yeah, you're coming to Bristol this year, aren't you?
yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, and then hopefully you can make it to BTS next year. Be nice.
Yeah, it would be much easier because they're talking about the new ferry from Norway to England.
All right.
It's starting up in 24.
Oh,
Yeah.
awesome.
Because there used to be a direct line, but they cancelled that because when I went to go to Norway for a 2-week trip to like Viking museums and stuff with a bunch of our friends, we had to go through Denmark and Germany and drive for 2 days straight.
Yeah.
To get to where we wanted to go. It was absolutely crazy because they've cancelled like the mainline ferry from Denver to I can't remember where it was in Norway. So it was like 2 ferries or like a long flight over, which is too expensive. So that'd be cool. If I do that, I probably would come to Norway a lot more. I absolutely adore Norway.
Yeah, you're more than welcome.
Because we did.
It would be good because then I can buy a lot more.
Hey, Shady, you coming to BTS then? Hopefully.
I need to get to BTS. It's the one
I
show
love
I've really
BTS.
done.
I do.
It's just like I'd have to book a hotel for it. I think just because it's like a bit of a drive.
A lot of people do that.
And it's the money for it. But I have been to other shows because I did live south for like a good couple of years. Like I lived in London for a bit and I lived in Peterborough for a bit before I had to move back to my parents. So I did do some of like the central shows and Taunton and Ashford and stuff like years ago. But I've never been to the BTS. It's the one show that I haven't
Hopefully,
been to.
Sally. Bristol's BTS is awesome.
I know. I've seen and heard. But I think
Awesome, Michael.
Barnsley and Glasgow is pretty much the only shows that are within reasonable driving distance for me.
I've never been to the Barnsley show, so it's going to be my first time there.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm quite looking forward to that one.
There's a lot more vendors I've seen on the list. The list has grown. Most definitely. It was a relatively small show at some point a couple of years ago when I went. But yeah, it's definitely going to be a reasonably sized show at least. But yeah, all the tables that I want to go visit are there anyways. So
that's the main thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I should be at Barnsley, yes, weather dependent, but I won't be driving. My parents will be because my car's screwed at the minute.
Oh, what's wrong?
One of the wheel bearings have smashed on the front wheel arch. It's just rusted to pieces.
I'll be there, Alice.
But my parents have family in Oldham, which is I think like 30 miles from Barnsley. So they're going to drop me off a little bit earlier than 11 a.m., go drive and see family, and then pick me up. So they won't just be hanging around because they don't really enjoy spiders. And last time I went to a spider show with my dad, we went in, I bought some things, he complained while we were eating food, and then we left early. But this time I want to spend some time being a bit social for once.
It is a shame they don't have invert shows there because you'd see how different it was from the reptile ones.
But we don't have any more. We don't have any reptile shows anymore. Well, kind of do.
Well, we've got one, haven't we?
It's not the same.
No.
Wasn't it Milton Keynes for a year and it's moved again? Where has it moved to now? Because it was in Manchester. Because I went to the one in Manchester after Donny was sort of cancelled. I've been to Donny a couple of times. Bought a bunch of mantises there and a reptile once or twice. But
yeah, 1 week today, Alice.
It's
Jackson.
the only expo we have in Norway. We have one each year, and it's Reptile only.
Jackson, it'd be awesome if you could get over here next year.
Yeah, it's. I guess we're kind of lucky in some ways with the hobby over here, but I think it's just because of a lot more captive breeding and also less stricter laws on tarantulas and stuff. Because I know in America there's quite a few laws that are being put in place.
Jackie went to Manchester Reptile Show.
But then again, Tron, you get to keep all the spicy scorps that we don't get to keep. Unless we got some bullshit DWA license, which I think needs a complete overhaul.
Mr. Renix.
Yeah, but the rules here in Norway, it's.
Well, she can only.
Yeah, you can get a bit mad reading all of them because scorpions, I can keep whatever I want.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not hot or the hottest one in the world, it doesn't matter. Centipedes can keep all of them, no problem. But when it comes to tarantulas, if they're CITES or if it's the hottest old world in the entire world, then it's maybe you have to apply and blah, blah, blah.
It's fucking crazy because, like...
So you're limited on what you can have over there, tarantula-wise?
Tarantulas are just such...
Yeah, because it's very strict. So let's say it's CITES. Then I need papers from the seller that it's blah, 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 and all that shit. And I need a copy of those papers, and I need, import license, and I need,
How is Reptile keeping? Is there much limitations on there?
Yeah, we have a positivity list with 19 species.
So it's pretty restricted as well.
Yeah, and reptiles only became legal in 2019.
That would be amazing if you could.
Yeah, no.
Is that just because of the general laws of like climate around Norway and stuff? It just seems crazy that you get to keep like such like venomous scorpions and centipedes, which I think would be a lot more like of a danger than tarantulas and reptiles. But I mean, half these animal laws seem a bit crazy at times and just arbitrary to the country that they're in. So
yeah,
I'd be intrigued why.
Yeah, I don't understand half of it. So that's we don't allow. We can keep aquarium fish, and we can keep, ponds with koi, but we can't keep poison dart frogs, and we can't keep any amphibians because of parasites and bullshit.
Alice, it's going to be amazing, and you'll be wondering why you were so nervous.
That makes a little bit more sense on the like parasites and introduction of like diseases and stuff.
Yeah,
for animals, but still super crazy. But at least you get the scorpions, right? Good thing you like the scorpions, yeah. What would be a scorpion that you suggest to someone who finds scorpions boring? Because personally, I like the look of them, but keeping them, I find them very boring.
Most scorpions are boring. They just sit around and wait for food. So
at least like I'm justified then. Like if I had loads of room, I would definitely keep like a bunch of different inverts. But because I have such little room, I keep spiders.
Definitely Sally.
But I have kept some vinegaroons. I've kept some heterometras. I used to keep emperors before they became stupidly expensive over here when I was younger. I've had some emperors in the past. But yeah, I think they're awesome to look at. But to like keep, I'm just like, yeah, cool. But I still am glad that people like Tim Baxter and other people are like starting to get captive bred populations of them because they definitely do.
Tim's doing amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Tim
had
is
one
of the
his.
guys I really, really, really want to meet when I get over it.
Oh yeah, I got one of those ones that he bred himself the first time in the hobby, I think, in this country. The arboreal scorpions.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I got one of them off him.
But Max, I think I would go for a desert species, kind of a bold one. Since you can't get the hot ones, I would go for maybe a dune scorpion or
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
the desert giant desert hairy.
I was going to say desert aries are nice.
Yeah, and
nice.
easy to care for, and they don't need big hides and all that.
Don't scorpions need like way more extra heat than like the average tarantulas and stuff?
Depends who you ask. Some,
Mr. Renix.
Some say yes, some say no.
Okay.
I found that my desert species, it's enough with just a heat mat on the side.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying because like I hate using heat mats and stuff. It's just like my room's heated up. That's it.
Yeah.
Alice.
It depends where you put it because I have my Arachnids desert species, the fat tail. I have placed next to the TV, and I have my PlayStation and my internet router right beside it, so it doesn't need any heat mat. And that one stays 28, 29 in the daytime.
I don't have enough room on my computer desk for my PC, but my PC definitely gets hot enough for that, maybe.
Yeah, and it's down to 22, 23 at night.
Okay. Yeah,
so
mantis are awesome. It's just a shame that her lifespan's so short.
Yeah, mantises are really cool. I've kept many species in the past, and I did start breeding them before I had to move out and sell a lot of them. And I do sometimes get tempted to like buy them again, but like they need a little bit more care, and you can't exactly leave them for like a week or two at a time like you can with spiders. But they are. I do love my mantis, definitely.
We've had a few mantis, but we won't have any more now because it's too upsetting when they die.
I remember getting a shipment in, and I ordered these. I can't remember what they were. They were like some sort of like dwarf species of praying mantis, and they're like some like green New Zealand species. And I'd never heard of them before, but I was like, oh look, they're pretty. I've bred mantis before. These should be easy. And I bought like 4 or 5 little L2s, I think, L3s, L2s. And I looked online, and there was very little information on caring for them. And some were saying like keep them really, really like cold and dry. Some people were saying like really, really hot and humid. And like so, I kept half and half, like different ways in my room. And unfortunately, like they all died. And that was like a really, really sad moment for me keeping mantis. But like,
that's why I want
didn't know what to do. But I stupidly bought a species that like I've never like heard of or kept of. So I guess it's my bad. Oh, they might have been wild caught and just died from something.
What ones do you want, Alice?
If you want advice, I can give you some as well. If you want to like say in the WhatsApp and stuff, if I remember my stuff. But there's definitely some good starter ones and some fun species.
Good night, Sally. Look after yourself. Miss you too.
Mark, I'm going to have to drop, mate, because I've got problems at work.
Yeah, no problem, Matt. Thanks for sticking it out with us.
I'll catch up with you guys later. I'll still be listening in the background, just won't be on screen, mate.
Yeah, well, I'll be shutting down in a bit anyway, because we've been on like 4.5 hours.
Yeah, so, no, I'll catch all you guys later in chat, guys. See you later. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Cheers,
See you later,
Matt.
Matt.
Take care, mate.
Bye, Matt.
Bye, man.
Bye bye.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna shut the stream down now, guys. Max, appreciate you coming on. Trond, awesome, mate. Thank you. Really appreciate it. So don't forget the live tomorrow night is on my channel, 8
Yeah.
o'clock. So
Yeah, I'll hopefully see you
hope
at
to see
Barnsley.
you there.
I'll hopefully see you at Barnsley as well, Mark.
You will.
in person,
Yeah. Just look out for somebody running people over on a scooter. Right, I've got an habit of doing that, so we'll see. Night, everybody in chat. Really appreciate you all. Take care, everyone.
Night,
And don't
guys.
forget, next week,
Night chat.
I've got a special guest on. I'm not going to say who it is yet, but
Yeah.
you'll find out when you join the live. Okay, guys, take care.
Okay.
Night, guys. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.
Night, everyone.